Time for Reflection. Our Time for Reflection leader today is Rabbi Moshe Rubin, Gifnick Synagogue and Senior Rabbi of Scotland.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. On behalf of the Scottish Jewish community, I wish you and all newly elected MSPs every success in your service to our beautiful country of Scotland. Presiding Officer, it is no secret that Jewish communities across the United Kingdom are facing increasing hostility. Many members of my community go about their daily lives looking over their shoulders, wondering when or where the next anti-Semitic incident may occur. Just 2 weeks ago, while traveling on the M8, I saw a large banner hanging over a flyover. Whatever broad negative message it sought to convey, it ultimately distilled into a single chilling accusation: all roads lead to the Jews. And this was over the M8. Those words were not intended as a compliment to Scotland's Jewish community. They were intended to intimidate and to blame. Against that backdrop, it was no surprise that when I attended the ETCA quiz in Wembley Stadium last week, security was highly visible. Police officers and security personnel were everywhere. The ETCA quiz is an inter-school competition for primary 6 pupils. More than 1,000 children from 28 Jewish schools across the United Kingdom and parts of Europe compete in a celebration of Jewish learning and knowledge. I am delighted to report that Calderwood Lodge, Scotland's only Jewish school, sent 10 primary 6 pupils and achieved second place in one of the competition's categories, an outstanding accomplishment. Yet, the deeper purpose of the event was perhaps best expressed by the Chief Rabbi, Rabbi Mervis, and he said to show that Jewish education is fun. And that spirit was palpable. More than 1,000 children sang songs of hope and love, danced with unbridled joy, laughed freely, and celebrated their identity with uninhibited pride. Children from different Jewish backgrounds, cultures, nationalities, and traditions came together in an atmosphere of friendship, peace, and hope. For me, that was an extraordinary experience, a miraculous moment. Outside the venue stood barriers, security checks, and visible reminders of the threats that exist. Inside were children simply being children, learning, celebrating, and looking confidently towards the future. But I was left with a question. Why should that feel extraordinary? Why should it feel remarkable that children can celebrate who they are without fear? Why should such an atmosphere be considered a miracle rather than the norm? What can we do to make that spirit a reality, not only for Jews, but for everyone, people of every faith and people of none, simply people seeking to live their lives with meaning, dignity, and happiness? Perhaps that is the challenge before all of us. Nature is the miracle of the everyday. Our challenge is to turn the miracle of the extraordinary into the reality of the everyday. Thank you.
Colleagues, we now turn to election of committee conveners. Where more than one nomination for convener of a committee has been received, there will be an election conducted by secret ballot. I will give you instructions on this shortly. Where a single nomination has been received, the election of that member as convener of the committee will be confirmed if no other member objects to their election. As this is a secret ballot, anyone who wishes to object to the election of any candidate should press the point of order button on their console when I call out the candidate's name. This is very important, as it will mean that only I will be able to see if an objection has been made. I'll now work my way through the names of the individual candidates. Climate Action Committee. Stuart McMillan has been nominated as convener of the Climate Action Committee. If any member objects to his election as convener, please press your point of order button now. I have received an objection. Stuart McMillan's election as convener will now be subject to election by secret ballot. Criminal Justice Committee. Alan Smith has been nominated as convener of the Criminal Justice Committee. If any member objects to his election as convener, please press your point of order button now. I have received an objection. Alan Smith's election as convener will now be subject to election by secret ballot. Delegated Powers and Law Reform Committee. Callum Kerr has been nominated as convener of the Delegated Powers and Law Reform Committee. If any member objects to his election as convener, please press your point of order button now. I have received an objection. Callum Kerr's election as convener will now be subject to election by secret ballot. Economy, Tourism and Energy Committee. Duncan Massey has been nominated as convener of the Economy, Tourism and Energy Committee. If any member objects to his election as convener, please press your point of order button now. I have received an objection. Duncan Massey's election as convener will now be subject to election by secret ballot. Education and Gaelic Committee. Karen Adam has been nominated as convener of the Education and Gaelic Committee. If any member objects to her election as convener, please press your point of order button now. I have received an objection. Karen Adams' election as convener will now be subject to election by secret ballot. Equalities, Human Rights and Civil Justice Committee. Katie Hagman has been nominated as convener of the Equalities, Human Rights and Civil Justice Committee. If any member objects to her election as convener, please press your point of order button now. I have received an objection. Katie Hagman's election as convener will now be subject to election by secret ballot. Patrick Harvie has been nominated as convener of the Europe External Affairs and Culture Committee. If any member objects to his election as convener, please press your point of order button now. I have received an objection. Patrick Harvie's election as convener will now be subject to election by secret ballot. Claire Hawkey has been nominated as convener of the Finance and Public Administration Committee. If any member objects to her election as convener, please press your point of order button now. I have received an objection. Claire Hawkey's election as convener will now be subject to election by secret ballot. Helen McDade has been nominated as convener of the Health, Care and Sport Committee. If any member objects to her election as convener, please press your point of order button now. I have received an objection. Helen McDade's election as convener will now be subject to election by secret ballot. Neil Bibby has been nominated as convener of the Public Audit Committee. If any member objects to his election as convener, please press your point of order button now. I have received an objection. Neil Bibby's election as convener will be subject to election by secret ballot. Paul Sweeney has been nominated as convener of the Public Petitions Committee. If any member objects to his election as convener, please press your point of order button now. I have received an objection, and Paul Sweeney's election as convener will now be subject to election by secret ballot. Bob Doris has been nominated as convener of the Public Service Reform Committee. If any member objects to his election as convener, please press your point of order button now. I have received an objection. Bob Doris's election as convener will now be subject to election by secret ballot. Mark Ruskell has been nominated as convener of the Rural Affairs Committee. If any member objects to his election as convener, please press your point of order button now. I have received an objection. Mark Ruskell's election as convener will now be subject to election by secret ballot. Craig Hoy has been nominated as convener of the Social Justice, Housing and Local Government Committee. If any member objects to his or her election as convener, please press your point of order button now. I have received an objection. Craig Hoy's election as convener will now be subject to election by secret ballot. Willie Rennie has been nominated as convener of the Transport Committee. If any member objects to his election as convener, please press your point of order button now. I've received an objection. Willie Rennie's election as convener will now be subject to election by secret ballot. So that's 15 out of 15 will be subject to secret ballot so far. I've also received 2 valid nominations for convener of the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee. The nominations are Jenny Minto and Emma Roddick. The election of candidates will be subject to election by secret ballot. Members may cast their votes in Committee Room 5, located outside the chamber on the first floor. Under Rule 11.10b.3, I've designated Irene Fleming, Head of Scrutiny, to carry out the function of supervising the vote, and I've also designated Tracy White, Head of Legislation and Parliamentary Operations, as a substitute should Irene become unavailable. You should either, with our 2 candidates, you should vote for either a candidate or abstain. Where there's a single candidate, you should vote yes, no or abstain. So polling stations open from 2:30 p.m. until 7 p.m. this evening. I will repeat that. That's from 2:30 p.m. until 7 p.m. this evening. The count will take place tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. in Committee Room 5. Candidates and their scrutineers may monitor the count if they wish. And I'll announce the results at the start of business tomorrow. Okay, colleagues. Point of order, Helen McDade.
Sorry, I just wonder what the process is. Could you explain the process of once that vote's happened, if there's only one candidate, so as we know what we're voting no or against? Yes,
well, if that candidate actually receives the majority of votes, then that candidate will become the committee convener. If its majority is against it, then they won't. And it's opened again for further nominations. But I have to make clear that the nominations for a further member will have to be from the party from which that person was originally selected. Yes, Mr Kerr.
For guidance, Presiding Officer, would it be possible for the same person to be nominated again in those circumstances?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item of business is general questions, and the first question, Patrick Harvie.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government, in light of comments made by the First Minister in Parliament on June the 2nd, that the Scottish Government prioritises active and safe travel routes and the encouragement of cycling, walking and wheeling, for what reason Transport Scotland reportedly reduced the revenue funding for regional transport partnerships, people and place programmes by 60% during the election purdah period?
Cabinet Secretary Stephen Flynn.
I thank Patrick Harvie for his question, because it gives me the opportunity to restate what the First Minister said, that as we do support cycling, walking and wheeling, which is why we have £226 million worth of investment going into sustainable and active travel. That's something that I'm very proud of, and I'm sure he's very proud of as well, as this government ensures that it balances its budget this year.
Patrick Harvie.
Well, thank you. I'm sorry that the Cabinet Secretary didn't choose to answer that by explaining why this cut took place and why it took place during the election purdah period. I've returned to my job to meet local community organisations who are doing the work that the Scottish Government says it wants to see happen, who are now seeing that their entire funding has been pulled from under them. Unless this decision is reversed, community groups around the country that are delivering the work the government says it wants to see happen will lose their staff, lose their skills, lose their expertise and lose all trust in the Scottish Government prioritising this issue. Will the Cabinet Secretary reverse this decision urgently?
Cabinet Secretary.
Mr Harvie will be pleased to know that £3.2 million is still going to RTPs. £1.6 million will be available for local direct awards, and £1.4 million is going to bikeability schemes, something which all Arweans can benefit from. And of course that forms part of a wider £226 million worth of investment from the Scottish Government in sustainable and active travel. That's a good thing for his constituents and a good thing for mine.
Supplementary, Julie McDougall.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I recently met with the Chief Executive for Forth Valley College. It was incredibly harrowing to hear about how apprenticeship courses are being cut.
Sorry, that's not relevant to this question.
Apologies.
This is a supplementary to the question
Apologies.
asked by Patrick Harvie.
Okay,
sorry.
Thank you.
Lloyd Melville.
Apologies, Presiding Officer. I think I pressed my button in error, thinking that I would have to do that for my own general question later on.
I realise everyone's finding their feet, including me, so remember you only press your button if you want a supplementary to the general question that's been asked. Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, I hope the Cabinet Secretary would agree that one of the safest ways to get students from Kirkliston in my constituency to their catchment high school in South Queensferry is via the council-funded coach service that's been operating well there for several years. But a decision was halted today in City of Edinburgh Council to remove this service for up to 200 pupils. Given that public transport timetables do not marry up with the start of the school day, this decision could have led to hundreds of extra car journeys every day. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree that families paying Edinburgh Council tax rates in Kirkliston should enjoy the same level of council-funded transport services as every other community in the city?
Not quite on the nose for the general question, but Cabinet Secretary?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer, Presiding Officer. If Mr Cole-Hamilton wishes to write to me, I'll write back to him as swiftly as I possibly can.
Question 2, Joe Fagan.
To ask the Scottish Government what discussions it has had with the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service Board regarding the outcome of the service delivery review that is due to be considered on the 22nd of June.
Cabinet Secretary Neil Gray.
Presiding Officer, I met the SFRS Board Chair on the 4th of June, where we discussed the overall objectives of the service delivery review and the consultation and outreach process undertaken by SFRS. Recent large fires in Glasgow and Fife have been dealt with commendably by our frontline firefighters, which illustrates the importance of having a properly resourced fire service. However, the fire risks have changed and the SFRS must adapt its services to meet these changes. To protect the integrity of the governance process, the Scottish Government has not yet had sight of the final review recommendations, which will go to the Board for consideration on the 22nd of June, and the SFRS has committed to publishing the rationale for the proposed changes along with a detailed analysis of the public consultation ahead of this.
Joe Fagan.
Thank you. There is profound concern about the potential outcomes of the service delivery review, not least from the firefighters themselves and their union. Given the gravity of the decisions about to be made, would the Government agree that there should be full parliamentary scrutiny and that Parliament should have a say on what happens next before the review is implemented? And to that end, would they consider committing Government time to a debate on the next steps?
Cabinet Secretary.
These are independent decisions for the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service to make. However, it is open to Parliament to take a view on these matters in the way that is normally taken on investigations through the committee structure or otherwise, and obviously it is for other parties to determine what they use their opposition time for. I know that the SFRS local senior officers will be engaging directly with MSPs on the review, and my understanding is also that the review is not about making reductions in the number of firefighters or appliances which have been in place since September 2023. It's about ensuring the correct spread across the country to respond to increasing wildfires, grass fires and flooding as a result of climate change.
Stephen Kerr.
But ministers previously told Parliament that almost £1 million of specialist wildfire pumping units would be deployed within weeks, and a Scottish Conservative FOI later revealed they were still not operational. Now, during Scotland's worst wildfire season on record, does the Minister accept, does the Cabinet Secretary in fact accept, that this was a failure of operational preparedness, and can he confirm whether all 8 units are now fully operational?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, that is something I'm more than happy to explore with the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service and ensure that we are in a position to respond to the changing nature of fire and flood risk across Scotland. The very successful prevention activities of the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service, as well as local authority building standards and planning, mean that house fire situations have fortunately reduced, whereas due to climate change we're seeing a massive rise in grass wildfires and flooding, for which the review is about ensuring the resources are in the right place to meet with that demand, as Mr Kerr has outlined.
Jenny Minto.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and thank you, Cabinet Secretary, for your responses. I appreciate these are independent decisions to be made by the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service, but I'm interested to know how the Scottish Government is looking at the cumulative impact of these changes, for example, on other rescue services like the Coast Guard, where I understand there are proposals to move to a purely volunteer service, and given the significant impact this could have on constituencies with so many coastal communities like Argyll and Bute, would the Cabinet Secretary be willing to meet with me to discuss this further?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, the short answer is yes. I would be happy to meet with Ms Minto or indeed any other member to discuss this matter further. The issue of there being multiple draws from organisation and often small rural populations is not a new challenge, and the SFRS works collaboratively with a range of partners, including the Coast Guard, on response and resilience in rural areas, and many fire stations share facilities with organisations like the Coast Guard, and Scotland's safety and resilience relies on people to step out, carry out those roles, such as being an on-call firefighter, and I'm very grateful to those men and women for doing so. The SFRS is flexible in setting on-call periods so that wherever possible, multiple volunteer roles can be accommodated, something I'm very familiar with given my island upbringing, and I know Ms Minto's experience as a constituency MSP.
Question 3, Patricia Gibson.
To ask the Scottish Government when it expects a GP walk-in centre to open in North Ayrshire.
Cabinet Secretary Angela Constance.
Presiding Officer, I have committed to expanding the walk-in service programme and will set out how I intend to do this within the first 100 days of this Government. Health boards were previously asked to generate proposals which considered the needs of their population, taking into account local issues and circumstances, and our experience so far will inform how we commission the next 14 services.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank the Cabinet Secretary for that reply. North Ayrshire's people have Scotland's lowest healthy life expectancy. The average adult remains in full health until just 53 years old. Over 28% of people live with a long-term health condition, 6% higher than the Scottish average. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree that there is an urgent and compelling case, in view of these facts, for a GP walk-in centre in Cunningham South to allow my constituents greater access to healthcare and advice?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, Mrs Gibson makes an important point about improving health inequality by improving access to healthcare, and of course this Government is committed to providing a walk-in service for North Ayrshire. And North Ayrshire walk-in service is one of the 14 additional services that was announced, bringing the total of walk-in services that we're focused on delivering to 30. As I said, I will set out how I intend to do that over the next 100 days, and health boards were previously asked to generate proposals to meet the needs of their population, and our experience thus far will inform how we commission the next 14, and I would welcome the member sharing any proposals that she has with NHS Ayrshire and Arran.
Michelle Campbell.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Work is well underway in preparation of Glasgow's first walk-in clinic opening. Can the Scottish Government offer an update as to when this wonderful resource for the good people of Kildonald will be open?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I expect the Glasgow site to be open later this month. I very much appreciate the hard work of the Health Board to get these services up and running, and I'm sure that the member will join me in welcoming the opening of these sites and thanking our hard-working NHS staff for delivering these.
Craig Howie.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It is 77 miles from Sankir to Stranraer and takes a minimum of 2 hours by car and at least 4 hours by bus. Given that is the journey that my constituents are going to be expected to make to access the GP walk-in centre in Stranraer, doesn't this expose this policy to be a pre-election ploy designed to distract attention from a primary care system in crisis?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, it is of course disappointing that Mr Hoy doesn't welcome the prospect of a GP walk-in service for Stranraer. And the important point here, Presiding Officer, is that the purpose of GP walk-in services is to help free up capacity in the primary care system so that people can be seen quickly across constituencies and across regions. And this allows and supports GP surgeries to maintain continuity of care for patients who have ongoing conditions. It is, of course, a pilot programme and there will be valuable learning from this and it will be subject to full evaluation.
Question 4, Don Black.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update on the progress of the business plan for the A90-A937 Lawrencekirk Junction Improvement Scheme, including when it expects the scheme to move from the development pipeline to the delivery pipeline.
Cabinet Secretary Stephen Flynn.
Can I thank Dawn Black for her doughty campaigning in relation to this matter and reassure her that the Scottish Government is committed to delivering a new grade-separated junction at Lawrencekirk as part of a package of additional investment alongside the Aberdeen City Region deal. I can advise that Transport Scotland continues to press forward with the necessary procedural and legislative steps to complete the statutory authorisation process. It is essential that these steps are correctly completed. Delivery of the improvements at Lawrencekirk can only commence if it is approved under the statutory procedures, at which point a timetable for its progress can be set in line with the Scottish Government's annual budget-setting exercises.
Dawn Black.
And I thank the Cabinet Secretary for the answer. As the scheme was approved in principle for funding in 2018, and since the last objections to the project were resolved in early 2025, does he appreciate that the restrictions on life, that the lack of a flyover at this notoriously dangerous junction over the A90 dual carriageway between Lawrencekirk and the A937 Mary Kirk Road has for local people and businesses? And will he agree to meet with myself and local campaigners to discuss firm funding and timelines further?
Cabinet Secretary.
Yes, and Ms Black will know that I'm very familiar with the junction and drive through it on an almost weekly basis. It is important, though, that we allow the statutory process to be followed, and what I can do is say to her and indeed to the campaigners that once that's been completed, I am of course more than happy to meet with them.
Question 5, Kayleigh Kinross O'Neill.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what is being done to help eligible applicants for adult disability payment access the support that they need, in light of the reported fall in the proportion of applications approved from 57% down to 34%.
Cabinet Secretary Shelley-Ann Somerville.
Since adult disability payment was introduced, 45% of applications have been awarded. More than 498,000 people receive ADP, with £6.1 billion paid to eligible people. That's a testament to a Scottish social security system that is compassionate and person-centred, enables disabled people to access support that they are entitled to. Our approach includes the UK's first online application for disability benefits, and Social Security Scotland can gather supporting information on clients' behalf and offers online, paper and telephone applications. In addition, face-to-face help is in every local authority, and we fund independent advocacy through Advice Direct Scotland.
Kayleigh Kinross O'Neill.
I thank the CabSec for her answer. I know especially that Social Security Scotland is definitely an improvement of the UK's DWP scheme, but that doesn't mean it's perfect. There's also disparity across local authorities and issues where people's social security statements or the lack of are the gateway to vital services, for example, national entitlement cards or access to work. Can she assure me that any reviews and further work done will ensure that all disabled people, including neurodivergent people, will be able to access the support they need?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank the member for this question and can I welcome the challenges that she puts to the Government to ensure that the agency continues to be a learning organisation. I'm very proud of what it has delivered, Presiding Officer, but we are always keen to ensure that we improve. I hope I can reassure the member that the agency is looking at the reasons why the approval rate has changed over time. With some of the examples of that, I was looking at the age profile, where there's been repeat applications. And also, I think we do have to bear in mind that we have actually encouraged applications for the first time ever. So we are encouraging people to apply. They then do have to go through a robust system to see that they are entitled and eligible to the benefit. But if it would help the member, I'd be more than happy to meet with her along with the agency to talk about some of the wider issues that she raised in her supplementary question. There's a lot to go through there, Presiding Officer, that I can't get through today.
Question 6, Lloyd Melville.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what action it is taking to support farmers, crofters and agricultural businesses in Angus South and throughout Scotland in light of the reported rising input costs, pressure on farmgate prices, increased employer national insurance contributions and concerns regarding changes to agricultural property and business property relief.
Cabinet Secretary Gillian Martin.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This Government is committed to supporting active farming and sustainable food production through direct payments, regardless of choices made elsewhere. The 2026 payment strategy maintains the timings for direct payments and Scottish Rural Development Programme funding, which over the coming 5 years will, per the Rural Support Plan, provide certainty, preparation and investment, ensuring our farmers and crofters have the confidence to invest and prepare for changes. The Scottish Parliament voted in favour of calling for the UK Government to reverse the national insurance increase, acknowledging that an increase will likely result in higher costs, job losses and increased prices.
Lloyd Melville.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. Having visited agricultural businesses in my constituency like Newton Farm, I know how squeezed farmers and crofters across Scotland are feeling, often by issues out with the scope of this Parliament. So can the Cabinet Secretary set out what engagement the Scottish Government has had with the UK Government on those reserved issues, and whether she agrees that family farms need certainty, fairness and practical support if we are serious about food security and sustaining rural communities?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, our engagement with the UK Government is ongoing. We've been consistently calling on the UK Government to reverse the damaging and ill-thought-out decision to increase the employer national insurance contributions. And of course, agriculture isn't the only sector that's affected by that. Our officials are also working alongside UK Government counterparts to ensure that Scottish tenant farmers remain exempt from inheritance tax. And we remain committed to supporting our farmers and crofters by giving them certainty through our support to active farming, food production with direct payments, and have brought forward payment dates to pay farmers and crofters at the earliest possible opportunity to assist with cash flow and give them certainty that is lacking in other areas.
Question 7, Emma Roddick.
To ask the Scottish Government what its response is to the Biggar Economics report, Building a Sustainable Future for the North Coast 500.
Cabinet Secretary Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Biggar Economics report demonstrates that the North Coast 500 makes a significant contribution to the Highland economy by generating almost £100 million annually and supporting over 1,300 jobs. Indeed, every £1 invested has returned £36 to the local economy. However, the report also underlines pressure on infrastructure and residents, as well as poor visitor behaviour. We are committed to working with partners to build on the benefits of the route while addressing these obvious challenges.
Emma Roddick.
I was very concerned to read that such a significant percentage of residents, a majority in the North Coast 500 area, are negatively impacted, though of course not surprised as somebody who lives near the canal in Inverness myself. While some people clearly benefit significantly from this route, many more are struggling with negative impacts. The balance between the needs of tourists and residents in the Highlands has not yet been struck. What more can the Government do to encourage and support sustainable tourism and discourage the bad behaviour that we are so frequently seeing on the North Coast 500?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. There is always that conflict between the desire to ensure that people can enjoy the wonderful scenery that Scotland has to offer and, of course, the challenge that imposes upon those who live in those communities. It's why the Government has created the Rural Tourism Infrastructure Fund. I know there's been some projects on the North Coast 500 that have been able to benefit from that, and we'll continue to work positively to ensure that the positive impacts of the North Coast 500 are realised and the negative impacts are mitigated to the best possible way.
David Green.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The North Coast 500 has been a success for the North Highlands economy, but it has also exposed a road network that is struggling to keep pace. So across the Highlands, there's a £233 million gap between what the Council is spending and what it needs to spend in order to repair our roads. We need long-term investment, not short-term patching. So will the Minister therefore commit to providing the national level of funding that is required for this nationally important route? And will he also agree with me that the Highland Visitor Levy, if implemented, should be best not only investing in infrastructure, but also supporting local businesses and the competitiveness of our visitor economy?
Cabinet Secretary.
Excuse me, Presiding Officer. As much as I'm tempted to do so, it's not for me to tell any local authority what to do with the money that it has, or indeed the money that it may potentially raise through any levy. But I'm sure his words will have been heard very, very loudly by the local authority councillors in his area.
Question 8, Alan Smith.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what assessment it's made of the implications of the EU's carbon border adjustment mechanism and what discussions it's had with the UK Government in mitigation of them.
Minister Tom Arthur.
The Scottish Government supports the aim of the carbon border adjustment mechanisms, or CBAMs, to reduce carbon leakage. We recognise, however, that these mechanisms, whether in the UK or the EU, present challenges for businesses. We have therefore met businesses in affected sectors to understand their concerns. Those include compliance costs and competitive disadvantages exporting to the EU, despite efforts to cut emissions. We have written to UK ministers to share those concerns and have consistently urged the UK Government to link UK and EU emissions trading schemes, which should provide EU CBAM exemptions for Scottish businesses.
Alan Smith.
The Minister for his answer, but surely he shares my frustration that the UK is finding itself between a rock and a hard place on CBAM and with everything else, and has very little influence on how CBAM has come to be, and that Scotland's best future is an independent state within the European framework.
Tremendous experience and expertise to this chamber, given his previous roles. We are certainly committed to engaging constructively for UK Government. I will be meeting with my UK ministerial counterpart in the coming weeks. But he is absolutely right to highlight the catastrophic damage that Brexit has inflicted upon not just the Scottish but the UK economy. And of course the best future for Scotland is as an independent member of the European Union.
And Duncan Massey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Just a supplementary question. I note from the some of the CBAM discussions ongoing that fertiliser is going to be caught up in some of these border adjustments, which is likely to massively increase the cost of fertiliser, obviously a key input to all our farmers. Has the Minister reviewed this particular input, and what measures will the Scottish Government look to help resolve these costs for farmers?
Minister. The member raises a very important point. The Scottish Government convened a roundtable with businesses and affected sectors earlier this year. My predecessor had written to the UK Government prior to dissolution. He hadn't received a reply, but I have now written to the Minister of State as of this morning, and I'm hoping to meet with him in the coming weeks. And in doing so, I give the undertaking to Parliament that I will raise the issues that have been not just brought forward to the Chamber this afternoon, but the many other representations that I have received in this matter, and I'm happy to keep the member up to date in that regard.
Thank you, and that concludes general questions. The next item of business is First Minister's questions for backbench members, and question 1 is from Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, following the convictions for the murders of John McNabb and Caden Moy, who was killed on Irvine Beach in my constituency last summer, the Scottish Violence Reduction Unit said that knife possession increased by 15% amongst 11 to 15-year-olds between 2020 and 2025. What further measures will the Scottish Government take to tackle the rise in knife crime and divert young people away from gang membership?
First Minister.
First of all, can I express my condolences to the family of Caden Moy on his tragic loss and on the suffering that they have endured. I very much understand the concerns that Patricia Gibson has brought to Parliament today. The Government takes a range of different measures to address the issue of knife crime, not least of which is the support that we make available to education programmes in our schools and in the wider community under the theme of No Knives, Better Lives, and a whole range of other actions which, of course, can lead also to imprisonment for individuals who are convicted of knife crime offences. And the Government will always review the steps that are in place to ensure that we have adequate measures in place. Prior to the election, I convened, along with the former Justice Secretary, discussions around the issues in relation to knife crime with a variety of different stakeholders. I was confident from those discussions that we had a range of appropriate measures in place, but we must constantly keep them under review. And the comments that the current Justice Secretary made at the weekend about looking at the question of examining an amnesty around possession of knives is an issue that to which the Government will give active consideration.
Emma Roddick.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Does the First Minister share my concern about the planned withdrawal of Loganair services between Inverness and the Northern Isles and the potential impact that this could have on jobs in Inverness and Nairn, both those connected to Dalcross and Highlands and Islands Airports Limited, but also those skilled workers that we need to be able to travel to the Inner Murray Firth to support our growing energy sector?
First Minister. I understand the concerns that Emma Roddick brings. This issue was raised with me last week, and I indicated then that I expected there to be discussions between Highlands and Islands Airports Limited and Loganair to find a collaborative solution on these issues. I'm encouraged that discussions have taken place between the parties, and that is the best way to resolve these commercial issues. Ministers will be kept appraised of progress, and it is important that we support developments in and around Inverness Airport to ensure the sustainability of employment to which Emma Roddick referred, and the Cabinet Secretary for Transport is meeting regularly with colleagues across the Chamber on this issue.
Carol Mochan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This week is Carers Week, and this year's report found that almost half of people caring in Scotland do not feel that their communities are carer-friendly. This carer-friendly communities was first highlighted in 2015 in a carers report. Does the First Minister recognise more needs to be done to support unpaid carers in their communities? Can he identify any businesses, organisations or government bodies working on this? And what barriers would he identify in government delivering on this?
First Minister. First of all, let me record my appreciation to carers during Carers Week for the essential support that they provide within our communities. We quite literally could not provide the support to individuals that is provided by carers without the love, care and attention of carers within our community. Carers Week encourages us all to encourage the contribution that carers make, and I do so happily today. The Government is investing over £88 million in local carer support through Local Authority Carers Act funding, and that's designed to be distributed at local level to meet the varying circumstances that will exist in different parts of the country. We are also continuing to provide £600,000 of support in the current financial year for local carer centres, invaluable support to carers, and that's in addition to the local authority and IGB funding. So through those different channels, whether it's the direct funding to local authorities or the direct funding to carer centres, the Government is trying to create the capacity at local level to support the delivery of assistance to carers within our communities.
Thomas Kerr.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can the First Minister outline what assessment, if any, the Scottish Government has made of the cost of providing taxpayer-funded legal aid to asylum seekers and refugees in Scotland? And does he consider it fair that taxpayers are funding legal representation for strangers accused of crimes, while many Scots struggle to access legal services themselves?
First Minister. Presiding Officer, the decisions on legal aid are taken independently by the Scottish Legal Aid Board to the highest standards of scrutiny, and also cognisant of the responsibilities that we carry, which are underpinned in the Scotland Act to be compliant with the Human Rights Act and the provisions of the European Convention on Human Rights, because fundamentally the issue that Mr Kerr seeks to erode is the rights of individuals in our society. And I just have to make it clear to Parliament, I have absolutely no intention of eroding the human rights of individuals, because that's the foundation of a civilised society.
Liam Kerr.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Yesterday, the North East received the devastating news that the new Baird and Anchor hospitals for maternity care and cancer care, respectively, are to be delayed yet again. So they'll now be 7 years overdue and at least £300 million over budget. After this government's catastrophic mishandling at QEUH and the Edinburgh Sick Kids, will the First Minister now personally step in and channel the full weight of this government to address this disastrous situation and get these hospitals open?
First Minister.
I understand the concern that Mr Kerr brings to Parliament, and I share that concern because I'm deeply aware of the delays to these projects, and it's an issue that has been personally explored and examined by me. So let me give Mr Kerr the assurance that this issue is no stranger to my desk. It's an issue about which I am profoundly disturbed. Now, Mr Kerr made the comment about the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital and the Children's Hospital in Edinburgh. Now, I would contend that the delay to the opening of the Children's Hospital in Edinburgh was a direct result of the government's response to the early concerns that were raised about the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital. So I don't think those two issues are directly comparable. The implications of the construction issues around the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital, the essential scrutiny that's required about all these issues, is part of what is having the issues in the Baird and Anchor Hospital, because the questions that have been answered or been addressed are about the infection control and the safety arrangements that must be in place. And I know that Mr Kerr will understand the perspective I'm putting here, that these are the substantive issues that are at stake. However, that is resulting in an extraordinary increase in cost, which I find totally unacceptable. Ministers are actively engaged in this issue. I have briefing about this because the issues have been explored by NHS Assurance that was set up to address the implications of the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital. But I aired to Parliament the concern I have that the management of all of these questions to ensure we have patient safety as a paramount consideration in our hospitals is resulting in the presentation of extreme difficulties in the delivery of capital investment projects in the health service. And the government must address that issue and resolve it so that we can continue our investment programme in health. So I assure Mr Kerr there's no lack of attention to this particular question. Indeed, it is troubling me enormously, and I'm determined to ensure that we get to a better place as a consequence. If it would help, I'd be happy to meet with Mr Kerr to discuss this issue with the Health Secretary.
Jenny Minto.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Learning Estate Investment Programme, or LEAP, has improved the school estate and learning journey for young people across Scotland. As the First Minister knows, Argyll and Bute has had an application to LEAP for a joint campus in Mull approved. However, would the First Minister commit to a review of the criteria and funding structures to ensure they reflect the needs of education and the wider community in islands like Mull?
Minister. President, sir, I'm familiar with the issues that Jenny Minto raises, and I discussed them during the election campaign with campaigners when I visited her constituency in Oban. I understand the issues that are at stake here, and in relation to the question of on the general question of LEAP funding, I think the criteria are robust and they provide the appropriate governance. I do accept in island situations such as Mull, there may be a requirement for greater flexibility. So I'm prepared to have that issue examined for an island community situation in relation to Mull, and I hope that helps. I know there are some controversies around locations of school, but if it would help to Argyll and Bute Council to have some flexibility to resolve these issues, I'm happy to confirm that in Parliament today.
Duncan Dunlop.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This week, First Minister, the NSPCC have warned there is a baby blind spot in the care system. This warning followed recent University of Stirling research showing that children in Scotland wait on average more than 2 years just to get a decision on where they should permanently live. This is 4 times longer than is in England. The reality of this wait is that babies and young children are left without the stability of a permanent home, and those children are then likely to struggle to attach, as well as give and receive love in later life. I know that the Scottish Government is committed to review the effect which delays to permanence have on children, but we don't need another review to tell us what we already know. The promise was based on a 3-year all-encompassing care review. We need to take action.
Can I have a question, please?
So can I ask the First Minister, what action will this Government take now to help those mothers and babies in need?
First Minister.
This is an essential part of the work to implement the promise. And as Mr Dunlop will know, because he is very, very familiar with all of this work, there is an intense focus on trying to support families, and it's reflected also in the Government's commitment around whole family support to ensure that families in difficulty are supported. They're supported to stay together where it is safe and sustainable to do so, and to have the appropriate arrangements in place to care for and to support babies and children. So that is part of the commitment that we take forward. I had a meeting with the Education Secretary, with the leaders of the Promise, with the Independent Advisor Fiona Duncan and the Chief Executive of the Promise, Fraser McKinlay, just last week, and I can assure Mr Dunlop of the very focused approach by the Government to implementing the terms of the Promise to improve outcomes for babies and children in our country.
Kayleigh Kinross-O'Neill.
Thank you. At a time when women's healthcare in Scotland faces sustained challenges, we are concerned about external forces undermining progress. Can the Government please confirm that they are committed to expanding abortion care, tackling gendered health inequalities and planned maternity service reform?
First Minister. President Officer, there will be a statement on maternity arrangements in Parliament tomorrow from the on Thursday from the Health Secretary, and which addresses one of the points that has been made in relation to the availability of abortion services and women's health services. I confirm the Government's commitment to ensuring that we continue to develop and enhance the services and support that are available to women. It is an essential part of the priorities of the health ministers in the Scottish Government, and I assure Ms Kinross-O'Neill about the steps that we're taking to do so.
Claire Adamson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, one of the cruellest austerity measures introduced was the bedroom tax, continued by the Labour Government. This is mitigated through the discretionary housing payment by the Scottish Government. However, I frequently come across constituents in community surgeries who are facing crisis and rent arrears who have not had this assessed and are eligible for it. Can I ask that the First Minister work with local government colleagues to ensure that this can be applied when people are originally applying for a housing benefit, to ensure that my constituents are getting the help that they need?
First Minister. I obviously want to make sure that wherever individuals are facing financial hardship and there is legitimate scope and intervention for the Scottish Government to intervene, that support is available. Part of that will involve local authorities making sure that individuals, when they are engaging with them, are properly advised about their rights and their entitlements. And of course, the Government makes available a record £115 million this year in discretionary housing payments to support individuals, and we obviously will work closely with local authorities to make sure that that financial support gets to those who require it within our society.
Keith Brown.
On his visit to Norton in my constituency, the First Minister spoke to residents regarding the anxiety, uncertainty and disruption impacting families evacuated following ground movement beneath their homes, and yet there is still no resolution in sight. While any support provided through the Belwyn scheme would be welcome, the scale, shock and duration of this incident is placing exceptional pressure on one of Scotland's smallest local authorities. Can the First Minister say what additional resources the Scottish Government will provide to ensure residents continue to receive essential support and Clackmannshire Council is not left bearing the costs of this unprecedented emergency alone?
First Minister.
President Officer, I am grateful to Mr Brown for raising this issue and also for accompanying me on my visit along with the Justice Secretary, who leads on resilience matters, to Norton on Friday. We saw it first hand in our discussions with Clackmannshire Council, the enormous burden that is being addressed by the Council in trying to support the residents who have been affected by this evacuation, and then also in a discussion with families who have been affected, the scale of the disruption in turning their lives upside down as a consequence of this incident. Now, I'm acutely conscious from my discussions that Clackmannanshire Council is dealing with an exceptional and unforeseen event. So, at my request, the Deputy First Minister has approved the allocation of financial support of £1 million to Clackmannanshire Council in advance of any Bellwyn formula applications to make sure that the Council is equipped financially to provide the support to individuals that is required in the short term, because there are very significant costs that are being carried by a very small local authority in Scotland. So I hope that initial allocation of £1 million will help to support the local authority in its moment of need. And I assure Mr Brown, as I assure the occupants who have been affected by this circumstance, of the sustained engagement of the Government with Clackmannanshire Council and also with the Mining Remediation Authority in the carrying out of this investigation, which is a very detailed investigation that is required to provide assurance about what has happened in this concerning incident.
Now, before I take the next questioner, who will be Stephen Kerr, I want to remind him that this criminal case remains active and the sub judice rule is engaged, so please refrain from commenting on sentencing which is still to take place or sharing any information likely to identify victims who have not chosen to put their identity in the public domain. Mr Kerr.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Well, Danielle MacDonald has shown immense courage in waiving her anonymity and speaking publicly about her experiences so that others might not have to endure the same ordeal. Her case has prompted widespread concern and raised serious questions about how victims are heard, supported and protected when they come forward seeking help. Will the First Minister meet Danielle MacDonald to hear her concerns directly? And what action will the First Minister take to restore confidence that victims who ask for help will be listened to and protected?
First Minister.
I'd be very happy to meet with Danielle MacDonald and to hear the points that she would wish to raise with me. Mr Kerr will be aware that in the last parliamentary session, quite close to the election, we passed the new legislation on victims and witnesses support. That legislation puts victims central to the criminal justice process and the protection and preservation of their interests right at the heart of the criminal justice process. I would also say that having taken extensive evidence about that bill when I was sitting on the Criminal Justice Committee, I was also very impressed by the steps taken by the Lord Advocate Dorothy Bain to strengthen the protection and support and assistance to victims to ensure that they could properly and effectively present their evidence to courts in criminal proceedings. So I do think steps have been taken to enhance the role and the experience and the support available to victims, but I would be very happy to listen to Danielle MacDonald about what further steps would assist in ensuring that that policy objective, which I'm sure Mr Kerr and I share, is one that's able to be taken forward in a meaningful way for individuals.
Jenny Young.
Last weekend, I was contacted by my constituent Cecile about the interminable wait her son has faced to receive support for autism and ADHD. His emotions have become increasingly dysregulated, and the family have been forced to pay for private assessment and medication as they await any support at all from CAMHS. Cecile told me, and this is a direct quote, "This is what waiting for support can look like. It is not just a name on a waiting list. It is a child becoming more distressed and families pushed to their limits before meaningful help is available." So does the First Minister accept that, despite the best efforts of staff, CAMHS services are in a dire state, and will he look into this particular case to accelerate this boy's path to treatment?
First Minister.
Well, on the question of CAMHS waiting times, the national performance against the 18-week CAMHS standard has been sustained, with 91% of children and young people starting treatment within 18 weeks of referral. And I think some of the issues that Jenny Young has raised are broader issues about access to the appropriate levels of service and engagement at the earliest possible opportunity with families. And on this question, I want to make sure that we are able to offer much earlier intervention at a much lower level of intensity before individuals are judged to require CAMHS intervention to provide support to families where children are presenting with dysregulated behaviour. Now, some of the models that the Government is looking at, I think I shared with Parliament last week that I had visited last week the services available from SAMH, the Nook in Glasgow, which is a walk-in facility which provides immediate assistance to individuals. Now, I'm not trying to suggest that's the answer to the point that Jenny Young is making, but what I am saying is that that model of early intervention, of ease of access, is what we need to do to make sure that children and young people are receiving the support that they can receive at the earliest possible opportunity. And the focus of our population health framework of early intervention supports that policy objective, and we will be working to roll that out during this parliamentary term.
Stephen Bonner.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Given that this Parliament is responsible for many of the services that support children and families, including education, family law and devolved social security, and in light of such cases as faced by my constituent, where lengthy child maintenance disputes have had a significant impact on families despite tribunals ruling in the family's favour, does the First Minister agree that there is a strong case for considering whether responsibility for child maintenance should also sit here in Scotland alongside the wider services that already support children and families?
First Minister.
I think there's a strong argument for the point that Mr Bonner puts to me, because we do have extensive responsibilities around the care and support for children, and I want to make sure that that support can be as comprehensive as possible. So the points that Mr Bonner puts forward, I think, are worthy of further consideration to make sure that there's an integrated approach to supporting children and families within Scotland.
Caitlin Evans.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Striking staff at the University of Edinburgh are having their entire wages removed for participating in a marking and assessment boycott, despite this being just one part of their jobs. And remaining staff who are already overworked have been told to cover for their striking colleagues or go without pay. Does the First Minister agree with me that this is an unacceptable attempt to undermine solidarity between academic staff, and that management must respect the rights of its staff to withdraw their labour?
First Minister.
President, I think it's really important in such circumstances that there is good dialogue and engagement between the leadership of organisations and their workforce. I would encourage there to be that dialogue to try to resolve these issues, to enable the employees to be able to participate fully in their employment, and for the needs of students and other academic interests to be met. But fundamentally, it's a matter for dialogue between the leadership of the university and the staff and trade unions, and I would encourage that to take place.
Jack Middleton.
Job losses have recently been announced at Aberdeen-based energy firm Enermec. Sadly, there's stories every single week of oil and gas redundancies in the north east of Scotland, but Labour won't scrap the energy profits levy that's costing 1,000 jobs a month, and Westminster won't allow the people of Scotland to control their own energy. So with the powers available to him, what will the First Minister do to support Aberdonians who are bearing the brunt of senseless Westminster energy policy?
First Minister.
Presiding Officer, there are a number of powers over energy policy, which in fact a whole range of powers over energy policy that are reserved to the United Kingdom Government. And I've made it very clear to the Prime Minister the importance I attach to the removal of the energy profits levy, which is sucking the economic life out of one of Scotland's most dynamic and important industries. And given some of the issues that we are facing in relation to energy supply and security of supply, I think the steps that are not being taken by the UK Government are causing exactly the damage that Mr Middleton puts to me. What I can assure Mr Middleton about is that the Scottish Government will do everything we can to ensure that the North East economy is supported with the investment that is made by the Scottish Government, which is supporting the reskilling and the new opportunities of individuals in the North East of Scotland, and we will continue to press the UK Government to remove the energy profits levy at the earliest possible opportunity.
Julie McDougall.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I recently met with the Chief Executive for Forth Valley College, and it was incredibly harrowing to hear about how apprenticeship courses are being cut. with the survival of the Alloa campus being put into jeopardy yet again. Inadequate real terms funding was one of the main reasons cited for Forth Valley College's recent hardships. The broken funding system itself also plays a role in disincentivising employers and in colleges creating new modern apprenticeships. On top of committing to sustainable multi-year funding as recommended by the Colleges Scotland 2026 manifesto, can the First Minister confirm whether the Scottish Government plans to review and overhaul the public funding model for Scotland's colleges, which is so clearly unfit for purpose?
First Minister.
So the Government has provided additional financial support to the college sector in its most recent budget, and we've also put in place new resources for the Alloa campus to ensure that Forth Valley College is able to sustain its operations in an area of high economic challenge. So the Government is taking steps to ensure the sustainability of the college sector. I do point out, however, to Julie McDougall that it's not really very coherent to come here and ask for more money for the college sector and then have her leader question me, as he did last week, about £2 billion of cuts in public spending. Now, it just doesn't work that way. You cannot come here, members cannot come here and ask for more money for investment in public services and then call for tax cuts to reduce public spending by £2 billion. It simply doesn't add up. It's what we're getting from reform. It's what we used to get from the Conservatives. We'll probably still get it from the Conservatives, but it's just not good enough in delivering balanced budgets for the people of Scotland.
Fulton McGregor.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In recent days, many members of the Tartan Army have reported suddenly having their electronic system for travel authorisations, or ESTAs, revoked by the United States Government, forcing them to jump through new hoops or even travel for emergency appointments at the US Embassy in London. With thousands of Scots due to leave for the US to attend the World Cup in the coming weeks, including many in Coatbridge and Christen, what is the First Minister doing to ensure that Scots are not unfairly blocked from entering the United States?
First Minister.
Well, sir, I appreciate how frustrating the situation is for any Scotland supporter who's had their ESTA revoked. While information about individual cases has not been shared with the Scottish Government, I understand that the decision to award an ESTA may change if further information emerges about an application which was not available at the time of the original decision. Unfortunately, in such cases, detailed explanations are not always provided to applicants. I am aware that the United States Embassy has issued advice to individuals affected by ESTA refusals, indicating that they may apply for a visa through the FIFA Pass system, and I have asked officials to convey our hope that they can resolve this so that Scotland's fans do not miss out. I have asked for specific representations and engagement to be taken forward with the Consul-General of the United States in Scotland, and that has been undertaken, and we will do all that we can to help out to resolve these issues.
Alan Smith.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The First Minister is well aware that hospitality businesses are not having their troubles to seek at the moment, with rising input costs on all fronts. But the UK already charges far higher VAT than most other European countries. A lot of leading organisations have launched a campaign calling for a cut in VAT to 10%. That's the problem. Would the First Minister join me in backing that campaign and calling on the UK Chancellor to cut VAT for these vital hospitality businesses?
First Minister.
Well, it's interesting from all the moaning and groaning going on around about here. Nobody seems to want to help the hospitality sector as much as Mr Smith wants to help the hospitality sector. Well, we're all shouting and bawling. They've all come to life at the last minute, Presiding Officer. How reassuring! It's glad to see there's life left in the old dogs around about here. What I would simply say to Mr Smith is that Mr Sawar is shouting and muttering at me. I'll simply use one term to deal with Mr Sawar. Employers' national insurance contributions have been a disaster. And for all the years that Bolling, Stephen Kerr's party were in office, they never cut VAT in hospitality. So don't come here with unreasonable expectations from the Conservative Party.
I have to say how pleased I am that Alan Smith was able to ask that question live in the chamber, actually, so that was good. That was a nice ending to the afternoon's First Minister's questions, which are now concluded. The next item of business is a statement by Gillian Martin on greenhouse gas emissions statistics 2024. I'm just going to allow a minute or two for members to change over, and then the Cabinet Secretary will take questions at the end of her statement, to which there should be no interruptions or interventions.
I call on Gillian Martin.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm here today to discuss Scotland's progress in greenhouse gas emissions reduction. But before I go into this in detail, I want to express how pleased I am to return to Government as the Cabinet Secretary for Climate Action and Rural Affairs. It's a portfolio that's of great importance to the people of Scotland. Absolutely. And I am acutely aware of the responsibility that we all have to limit and mitigate the impacts of climate change and to take effective action on its causes. These impacts are felt by people both at home and abroad. We've sadly grown used to witnessing devastating wildfires in places like California across southern Europe, but in recent years we're seeing similar events here in Scotland, including at Davamoor in the Highlands, which last year experienced the first mega wildfire in any of the 4 nations of the UK. And be in no doubt, this devastation is caused by climate change. But, Presiding Officer, climate action is not just about reducing emissions. It's also an economic, social and health opportunity. It will make people's lives better. It is creating thousands of jobs, with many more to come. It will provide warmer homes, its huge potential to reduce the cost of living, and it will strengthen the resilience of communities, not only to protect themselves against the impacts of climate change, but also make their neighbourhoods much nicer places to live. I published the climate change plan before the dissolution of the last Parliament. As much time and effort that creating that plan took, Presiding Officer, really, comparatively, that's the easy part. Now we need to drive delivery of our ambitious policies to decarbonise our society and capitalise on all the benefits and economic opportunities before us. And I say we, because every vote, every decision that Parliament takes will see us succeed or fail. And I'm not just talking about failure to reach targets, but failure to harness the clear benefits of climate action. Many of us have, over the years in this Parliament, seen consensus on targets. But when it comes to policies and actions to deliver on those targets, even the most benign of action face political opposition. And that's just not good enough. We all need to ask ourselves if we are a blocker to progress and delivery, or we are an enabler. Presiding Officer, earlier today we published the Scottish Greenhouse Gas Statistics 2024, which provide us with detail of Scotland's latest progress on emissions reduction. The official statistics show that Scottish emissions in 2024 were 50.5% lower than in 1990, and that's a further reduction of 1%, or 0.4 megatons, compared to our position in 2023. The majority of sectors within the statistics saw a modest reduction in emissions, with the largest reduction being in industry, where there was a reduction of 0.3 megatons of CO2, and that was driven by reduced fossil fuel use. There were, however, small increases in emissions related to transport and buildings. International aviation and shipping increased by 0.2 megatons of CO2, returning to pre-COVID levels. and domestic transport and buildings each showed very slight increases. These statistics also continue to show that Scotland has the largest reduction in emissions in the UK between 1990 and 2024 at 50.5%. The overall reduction in UK emissions, including international aviation and shipping, was 49%. Emissions in England fell by 50.2%, followed by Wales at 44.4% and in Northern Ireland by 28.5%. So today we've published two further important climate reports, Presiding Officer. Scotland's carbon footprint 1998 to 2022. The official statistics there measures both our domestic and imported consumption-based emissions and shows that Scotland's carbon footprint has increased by 1.6% between 2021 and 2022, with equivalent figures for the UK showing a 3% growth over this period. Our nitrogen use efficiency in Scotland Annual Report 26 has also been published, and it provides an update on our progress in improving nitrogen use efficiency across Scotland, supporting reductions in this significant source of greenhouse gas emissions. Presiding Officer, these figures tell us something important, that progress continues to be made in Scotland, but we must accelerate the transition. We're bound by law to take action on reducing our emissions, but it's also an economic and social imperative. The prizes are absolutely worth it. Within the last few weeks, the Confederation of British Industry and the Energy and Climate Intelligence Unit published a report outlining that Scotland's net zero economy currently supports 105,000 jobs and £10.2 billion in gross value added. Tens of thousands of livelihoods in Scotland are already being supported by this transition to net zero. The climate transition is not just an abstract future. It's a driver of economic growth that's already delivering for Scotland and Scottish people today. These economic benefits underline the importance of our continued action to reach net zero and that reflect that ambitious action the Scottish Government has already taken forward. We've taken action on warmer homes by providing funding for the installation of more than 2,500 heat pumps just last year through the Home Energy Scotland Grant and Loan Scheme. In transport, as a direct result of Scottish Government funding and enabling private sector investment, Scotland has one of the most comprehensive public charging networks in the whole of the UK, with over 12,700 public electric vehicle chargers. We're also supporting new industrial opportunities through carbon capture and storage in Scotland, including providing £3 million of grant funding towards the Acorn project, working collaboratively with industry and the UK Government. However, we need to see the deployment of the £200 million that was pledged by the UK Government to get that off the ground. And we continue to back our farmers and crofters to reduce emissions and improve their bottom line through sustainable farming practices. Our rural areas are already playing a vital role in Scotland's climate transition, with over 10,000 hectares of peatland restored in 2023-24 and 53,000 hectares of woodland planted in the last 5 years. This is action which supports rural jobs, restores our natural environment, enables nature-based solutions to the climate crisis to cut emissions, and also, critically, enhances climate resilience and community resilience. The Climate Change Plan, our Environment Strategy and our Circular Economy Strategy form a coordinated plan for effectively taking on the climate and nature crisis. And going forward, my colleague, Stephen Gethins, will lead on a heat and buildings delivery plan, which will set out the actions necessary to meet our ambitious decarbonisation target in that area. It will provide further clarity on how our buildings are heated and help stimulate the clean heat market, encouraging the clean heat supply chain. This action is not just a crucial step towards decarbonising our buildings, it's about warmer homes, it's about improving the lives of Scottish families and, critically, decreasing the scourge of fuel poverty in this country. By the end of the year, we'll also publish a roadmap for deploying negative emissions technologies in Scotland, which will provide a framework for how carbon removals can be developed and deployed to support Scotland's statutory commitment to reach net zero by 2045. That's another market creation opportunity, but it's a huge innovation opportunity as well. Technology that can be built and designed here, which we can also take to the rest of the world. Presiding Officer, the Climate Change Plan, which we published in March, set out £42.3 billion in direct financial benefits for Scotland. £42.3 billion. This included savings to households through policies like discretionary bus travel, which the Child Poverty Action Group estimates can save more than £3,000 in the lifetime of a child for families in Scotland, compared to living elsewhere in the UK. On top of this, the Edinburgh Climate Change Institute estimated that Scotland's climate change plan would provide £8 billion in wider socio-economic impacts through things like improved health from physical activity, better air quality and warmer homes. So whether it's providing thousands of jobs, improving the air our children breathe, making it more affordable to travel, climate action is already improving daily life across Scotland. And those who argue that we should give up on net zero are in effect arguing that we should give up on warmer homes for families, give up over 100,000 jobs in the net zero economy, and billions in financial benefits for the people and businesses across Scotland. This government will not turn its back on these opportunities, and I hope that this chamber will join me in that. Presiding Officer, today's statistics show continued progress towards our net zero goals, but we need to go faster and further. From island communities investing in renewables, to rural areas restoring peatland, to cities improving air quality, to massive job creation across the whole of Scotland, the benefits are being felt in every part of Scotland. Achieving net zero is an investment in our economy, in our homes and in all our futures, and that's why I'm focused on delivering fair climate action which supports the priorities of this government. Thank you.
The Cabinet Secretary has completed her statement, so I will now take questions on the issues raised. I intend to allow 20 minutes for questions, after which we will move on to the next item of business. It would be helpful if members who wish to ask a question were to press their request to speak buttons now. I call on Claire Baker.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I thank the Cabinet Secretary for advance sight of the statement. I last led on environment and rural affairs for Scottish Labour in 2014, and I'm afraid to say, returning to the annual statement today on meeting our 2045 targets, the analysis and questions to the Government do largely remain the same. The Parliament agreed the 2045 targets, not because of ideology, but because of science. There is clear evidence that for the future of our country and others around the world, we must address the impact of climate change and reduce our carbon footprint. And yet our progress so far has not been the result of intentional policy, but too often has been a consequence of what is happening anyway. At a time that progress should be going faster, progress is stalling, and the carbon footprint figure published today has actually increased. Friends of the Earth are saying that these are a meagre reduction. Stop Climate Chaos today have said the figures are a stark confirmation that action to tackle climate change has been nowhere near strong or fast enough. The Climate Change Committee called for immediate accelerated implementation. There is political will in this Parliament to make it happen, but action so far on 2,500 heat pumps last year and 12,700 electric car chargers are not going to deliver the change we really need to see. So at the start of this session, and with the 2030 targets now in our sight, how is the Scottish Government and the Minister, the Cabinet Secretary, going to accelerate the action and make sure we can meet our 2045 targets?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I say to Claire Baker, first of all, I welcome to her role and I look forward to working with her. And I very much take to heart what she said about the will to make progress on this. The answer to her substantive question about how we're going to do it has been laid out in the Climate Change Plan. So the Climate Change Plan is effectively the roadmap for all the policies that we're going to take forward. Now, I'm convening early meetings with my Cabinet colleagues because, of course, the action to deliver on particularly the transport policies, the energy policies, the housing policies and all the social policies associated with this will actually actually lie with other Cabinet Secretaries, and we were, before my group, cross-government to make sure that we are hitting the ground running, and I'm going to be convening a meeting in the next couple of days with those relevant Cabinet Secretaries and their officials. But I also have reached out to every one of my shadow Cabinet Secretaries as well, because I think that the fundamental point that Claire Baker makes is correct. We have, I would say, since I've been in this Parliament in the last 10 years, I would say we have made progress. We are over halfway to net zero. I don't agree with the position that these are things that would have happened anyway. You look at the tremendous amount of peatland restoration, which is sequestering carbon and stopping leakage into the atmosphere. There is also a great deal of work that's been done in terms of the government support associated with EV chargers and the heat pumps and various other things that have been done for businesses to reduce their carbon footprint. But I want to work with each and every individual shadow of mine to be talking about our shared goals, our shared ideas, and I don't believe anyone's got a monopoly on good ideas. The climate change plan was set out in March. However, there are areas in which we can do more. I want to talk to my counterparts across the chamber to work out how we can do that, because it is Parliament's challenge. It is not just a government's challenge. It's society's challenge, but it's also Parliament's challenge. And particularly where we have individuals in here who do not believe in climate action, and we've heard them so far in the last 3 weeks, it's ever more important that those who very much understand the science and very much realise the imperative around climate action, that we stick together and we get action done.
And I would ask both questioners and the answers to be shorter. Duncan Massey.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thank you to the Cabinet Secretary for an interesting statement. I'll just make a couple of notes to start with. I note that at the emission levels in the report, the 2024 levels, that these emissions represent around 0.07% of global emissions, so a total rounding error. I would also point out that the last 5 years, Scotland's emissions have not declined barely at all. But this share of global emissions will keep declining as emissions around the world keep increasing, notably with the large economies of China and India. But where my question would come from is, I massively disagree that this is an economic opportunity. Rather, it's a massive economic cost for Scotland. It's driving expensive energy, it's driving deindustrialisation, and we've seen this with the closure of Grangemouth refinery and with Musmoran. And actually we can see it in the figures of the report that the largest reduction, nearly 80% of it, came from reduced fuel use for combustion. That is basically industry closing down. So I would ask the Cabinet Secretary, has she reviewed how much of this reduction is actually just caused by deindustrialisation, how many jobs have been lost, and can she elaborate on that? Thank you.
And again, I would ask that questions are shorter.
I will try and keep this short. But for Duncan Massey, with respect, to stand up as a representative of the North East of Scotland and say that there is no economic benefit to his constituents, to my constituents, the North East of Scotland, is frankly astounding. 12.7% of local employment in Aberdeen is supported by net zero activity. In Aberdeen City alone, net zero activity contributes £1.1 billion of GVA. There has been £6.8 billion worth of pipeline of energy projects in Aberdeenshire alone. Those are facts. These are not just, I haven't just plucked these out of the air. And to also say on the one hand, well, Scotland isn't emitting that much in terms of compared to globally, but why aren't we doing better? It's completely and utterly all over the place. And also to say that the climate action is accelerating any kind of job losses in other areas is completely back to front as well. What we're doing is making sure that we have the replacement jobs and activity for when we do see an increased and accelerated decline of the industries that rely on fossil fuel and burning of fossil fuels. That will make Scotland more resilient, and frankly, I would much rather be in the situation of protecting jobs in the North East and creating jobs in the North East of Scotland, where Mr Massey represents, rather than turning my back on those opportunities.
Absolutely.
There are a number of members who have indicated they wish to ask a question, so again I would ask if questions and indeed answers could be more brief. I call on Alan Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Peterhead Power Station is the biggest carbon emitter in Scotland, but it's also, with dispatchable energy production, vital for energy security. Carbon capture is an obvious solution, the Cabinet Secretary touched on that. But what can be done to make the UK Government actually stump up the £200 million development they promised, but more importantly, funding akin to the £22 billion allocated for carbon capture south of the border?
Cabinet Secretary.
Apologies, Presiding Officer. Alan Brown alights on something that when I was formerly responsibility for energy in particular, was almost becoming a sort of like twice monthly conversation with our UK Government counterparts. £200 million of development was pledged by the current UK Government for Acorn. That money is still not flowing. But Alan Brown makes a really good point. This is the most, I suppose, I don't like the phrase shovel-ready, but it is the most mature of the CCUS projects in the whole of the UK, yet other less mature projects have been given billions of pounds. The Acorn project, however, is vital to decarbonising Scotland's emitters, delivering a just transition. It could unlock billions in private investment while driving that essential progress to net zero. So I agree with Alan Brown that we need to get clarity on where the £200 million is and make sure that we get this project off the ground, because it will also create many new jobs in the place that I'm from in particular.
Mark Ruskell.
Thank you. Can I welcome the Cabinet Secretary to her role and say that, on these benches we're looking forward to working with her. But can I also say to her, though, that today is not a day for celebration, because overall our carbon footprint in Scotland is actually going up. It's not going down, and it should be going down faster and faster. We have continually pointed out in the Greens the huge reliance in the climate plan on technologies like Acorn, like CCS, which do not yet exist. And I hear what Alan Brown suggests to you, Cabinet Secretary, but we could spend £200 million on carbon capture and storage and still not have a viable technology that actually delivers the carbon reduction. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, when will she come up with a plan B if CCS doesn't happen, which sees steeper reductions in transport, home heating and agriculture, but can also benefit jobs, benefit the economy and benefit the people of Scotland?
Cabinet Secretary.
I am not going to turn my back on one of the major innovative opportunities that Scotland has, particularly in CCUS. In CCUS, we have got probably arguably the largest capacity in terms of under the seabed in the North Sea. We also have a mature project that frankly should have been delivered 10, 12 years ago, which has continuously had the rug pulled from under it. Now, first of all, I want to say to Mark Ruskell, I thank you for his warm wishes. I absolutely want to continue working with him, and I hope that at the end of today's ballot he is successful in becoming the convener of a committee that will be scrutinising me, if I've got that correct. Yeah. But I also want to say is that the climate change plan is an evolving document. We will not rule anything out. We will not make sure that it's not a static document that sits on a shelf that is unchanged. We will have to go with the situations as we find things in terms of new innovations, but also making sure that when we do see disappointing results, 1% reduction for 2024 is not what it should be. We should be accelerating faster. But the climate change plan is an evolving document, and I extend the same words to Mark Ruskell that I did to Claire Baker. I want to work with him and his colleagues on how we can make sure that the climate change plan is delivered, but also the climate change plan is enhanced as we go forward so that we do get to net zero by 2045.
Finlay Carson.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for advance sight of her statement, and I welcome her to her post, and I look forward to once again working with her on the extensive portfolio that she holds. Presiding Officer, the agriculture budget has faced year-on-year cuts under this SNP government. Yet in the Cabinet Secretary's statement there is a clear expectation that agriculture will continue to reduce emissions and that land use will come under increasing scrutiny, while notably there is no clarity on the future direction of livestock policy. The Scottish Government's Rural Support Plan, published at the end of the last Parliament with minimal opportunity for scrutiny, indicated a shift in funding away from active farming towards environmental schemes over the course of this Parliament. And at the same time, we are seeing worrying signals elsewhere. In England, Ed Miliband last week expressed support for policies to reduce herd numbers without a matching reduction in meat and dairy consumption. This will simply lead to cheap imports at a higher carbon footprint. Therefore, given the importance of the beef and sheep sectors to rural Scotland, will the Cabinet Secretary now give a clear and unequivocal commitment that the Government will bring forward policies that actively protect and sustain our national herd and flock, rather than continue with a position where there are no safeguards in place and a real risk of further decline towards a critical mass cliff edge? And will she set out detailed proposals so that farmers finally have that certainty that they need?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Finlay Carson for his warm wishes. I look forward to working with him as well. It's not true to say that there has been reductions. The Scottish Government will invest over £1 billion in 2026-27 in rural affairs budget. We continue to provide that certainty to the industry. But critically, the substance of the question, the speech before the question, if you permit me, was that about herd numbers. Now, if he cast his mind back, I know the election took a long time and we're all away from here for a number of weeks, but if he remembers, I did not take the advice from the Committee for Climate Change on active policies around reducing herd numbers in Scotland, because I recognise that it will offshore emissions. I recognise that it will have a detrimental impact on our agriculture. So I have, with my officials and with my Cabinet colleagues, formulated a climate change plan which does not depend on anything such as he has described as happening elsewhere in the UK. And I will continue to do that. And of course, Mr Fairley will be working with me in that regard, with regard to how we sustain active farming. We will give direct payments for active farming. We will be making sure that we support them in decarbonisation of their activities and indeed in improving the bottom line as a result of those activities. And I look forward to him scrutinising me on that.
Sana Dykstra-Downey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for advance sight of the statement and welcome her to her role. And I very much share her ambition to make climate change something which needs sensible, practical solutions, not ideological blockages. But this is a government which has repeatedly failed to meet the majority of its climate change targets in the last parliamentary session. The Cabinet Secretary talks about making homes warmer, but in my constituency of Edinburgh Northern, many people are living in old tenements where it's way more difficult to get consensus to insulate homes and upgrade heating. Can I ask if the Government will establish a specific fund to help those most in need with the costs of insulation and heating upgrades? And can she tell me how the Government is going to make progress on retrofitting tenements in this Parliament?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, thank you for the warm wishes and welcome to your role in Parliament. The specifics around anything around retrofit and housing quality, obviously I'll be working with my Cabinet colleagues on. Shirley Ann Somerville have been leading on that. With regard to heating buildings, Stephen Gittins, who sat beside me now, will be taking forward the strategy on heating buildings as well. But the member has pointed to the fact that this is actually not just one Cabinet Secretary's role, it's not just a Cabinet's role, it's not just a government's role, it's a Parliament role, it's a local authority role, it is a private enterprise role as well in reducing emissions. It is a whole society change, but it's also a whole society opportunity. And highlighting on fuel poverty and warmer homes is one such area in which I think we can all agree that action to decrease bills and action to have homes that are drier and warmer will actually have an impact on families and it will be better for generations of families going forward. And it's something that we're very serious about tackling in this government.
A number of members still wish to come in, and we're going to need shorter questions. Pauline Stafford.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and can I congratulate the Cabinet Secretary on her role. The Cabinet Secretary recently visited Blowhorn Moss National Nature Reserve in my constituency of Bathgate to mark World Peatland Day and celebrate Scotland exceeding its annual peatland restoration target. Having seen firsthand the innovative work and restoration work at Blowhorn Moss, can the Cabinet Secretary outline what contribution peatland restoration is expected to make towards reducing Scotland's greenhouse gas emissions, and what further support the Scottish Government will provide to expand this work?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank Pauline Stafford for that. Blowhorn Moss. I was there last week. Thoroughly enjoyed hearing from Peatland Action about the partnership work they've been doing with the government with innovative solutions that are being deployed to wet that peatland, but also make it a haven for wildlife, as well as protecting the neighbouring communities from flooding. This year, the partnership between government and Peatland Action restored 15,448 hectares of degraded peat, and that is the equivalent of 30,000 football pitches for those that care about football. This exceeded our programme for government target by more than 3,000 hectares, and the Climate Change Plan sets out how we will protect, manage and restore Scotland's peatlands for climate, nature and people, and details our ambitions to restore over 400,000 hectares by 2040. The importance of peatland cannot be underestimated. It is an emitter when it's degraded, and it is a sink when it is re-wetted. So we need to have that double whammy of opportunity in sequestering carbon for Scotland through our peatland restoration activities.
Donald McKinnon.
Presiding Officer, my register of interests will show that I run a crofting business in receipt of agricultural support. I welcome the Cabinet Secretary's commitment to supporting farmers and crofters to reduce emissions, and I listened carefully to her response to Finlay Carson's question earlier. Does she share my concerns that the fall in emissions in agriculture published today is largely attributed to a drop in livestock numbers, with worrying implications for Scottish agriculture? And does she agree with me that the Scottish Government must deliver policy that maintains a critical mass of livestock across the country to support the supply chain and our rural economy?
Well, the simple answer to Donald McKinnon, who I welcome to his role as well, look forward to working with him, the simple answer is yes, and it's the reason why I discussed with the Climate Change Committee when they gave us advice on what we should be putting in our climate change plan, that they said that there should be policies that actively reduce livestock numbers, and we said no, Scotland's an agricultural nation, and we must maintain our herd numbers. Now, there are many reasons why, and he will know this, why herd numbers are coming down. We need to be making sure that our direct payments are associated with active farming, and that we give farmers and crofters the tools not only to decarbonise and reduce their emissions and their methane emissions in particular through innovation and through support payments, but also to ensure that they are working farms that produce food for our nation. And some of the policies we have across government, particularly on things like procurement for food locally for some of our public sectors, will hopefully improve that situation for farmers in Scotland.
Heather Anderson.
I will reduce my question, Presiding Officer. I want to welcome the Cabinet Secretary to her role, and I declare an interest in someone who believes in the science of climate change. I welcome the Climate Change Committee's approval of our revised climate change plan and its focus on feasible and deliverable change. But I am slightly dismayed at the lack of progress and accept the Climate Change Committee's view that we must accelerate action. I would like to hear from the Cabinet Secretary some detail about the areas where she thinks acceleration in action can be focused and what she would hope to prioritise over the next 12 months.
Cabinet Secretary.
So obviously we need to ensure a pathway is ambitious and deliverable and central to the Government's approach, and I think that ambitious on its own is not good enough. It has to be fair and it has to be deliverable and achievable. We've worked closely with the Climate Change Committee. Their advice has informed in our emissions trajectory and the policies set out in the Climate Change Plan, with a couple of exceptions, and I'm meeting the Chair in the next couple of days. The plan, I think, is a roadmap for what Heather Anderson is asking me to look at, but if I pick on one particular area in which we're probably doing a great deal of work, is the decarbonisation decarbonisation of transport. And I'll be working very closely with my government colleagues. The Transport Cabinet Secretary is sat beside me. I'll be having a meeting with him on what's happening in the transport area. Again, that is going to be a huge opportunity for change and indeed making businesses more resilient to global shocks out with our control when it comes to fuel prices.
Graham Simpson.
Many thanks. Scotland has consistently missed its woodland planting targets, and actually the statement shows that and the statistics show that we're still doing that. So I just wonder if the Cabinet Secretary, who I also welcome to her role, can tell us how she's going to improve the government's record in this area.
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I think I maybe have to take slight issue with the fact that we're missing targets, and actually we're doing exceptionally well when it comes to woodland planting. But can I also say to Graham Simpson, it's of great comfort to me that Graham Simpson seems to remain, as he was in the last Parliament, and have an understanding of climate action being an imperative in this Parliament. I do wonder how he's going to get on with the climate change deniers in his group. I do wonder
Cabinet Secretary,
how he's going to square his...
You cannot point of order.
I'm answering a question. Can I continue?
Cabinet Secretary, there's been a point of order. Apologies, you perhaps didn't hear. Point of order.
Yep. Rule point 7.3.1, courteous and respectful manner. I think we've been extremely clear that we support the current IPCC, which...
Mr Massey, it's not an opportunity for a speech. I think you've made your point about courtesy, and that is a point that I would reiterate to the Chamber, that all members must be courteous to each other at all times. But I'm going to bring the Cabinet Secretary in to answer the question.
Yeah. If Graham Simpson wants to meet me to go through some of the actions that we're taking with regard to woodland and forestry creation, I'm happy to do that. But I do want to say that I was treating Graham Simpson with the utmost respect, because I have worked very, very closely with Mr Simpson in the previous Parliament on these issues. I was merely pointing out that it is a relief to me that there is someone in the Reform Party in this Parliament who still believes that climate change and climate action is something that needs to be addressed.
Stuart McMillan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Cabinet Secretary referenced 105,000 jobs and also the contribution of £10.2 billion to the economy with regards to net zero related industries. So does the Cabinet Secretary agree that these figures are demonstrative of the renewable sector's important role in supporting economic growth and also employment whilst working towards net zero by 2045?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I absolutely agree with Stuart McMillan. These figures are a powerful demonstration of climate action and economic growth going hand in hand with one another. Scotland's vast renewable energy potential is one of our greatest economic opportunities, and it's one that many other people in the rest of the world don't have the geography to be able to harness that we do. They don't have maybe the hinterland in terms of working in subsea capacities that we have in Scotland. It is an opportunity for us to continue to expand that sector, its wider supply chain, its magnificent supply chain, along with associated industries such as clean transport. Heat is expected to deliver thousands of well-paid sustainable jobs across the whole of Scotland, including in Stuart McMillan's constituency, as well as securing those lasting benefits for communities.
Ariane Burgess.
Can I welcome the Cabinet Secretary to her role that brings together climate action and rural affairs? The Cabinet Secretary mentions the important role our farmers and crofters must play in reducing emissions by increasing tree planting and peatland restoration. But today's figures show progress is being made, but this is only a starting point, and land managers need long-term certainty to plan their business activity. Can the Cabinet Secretary set out how large and small land managers across Scotland will be supported to scale up climate-friendly actions such as tree planting and peatland restoration?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you for the well wishes from Ariane Burgess, and I look forward to continuing to working with her on this most important of areas, and I know how passionate she is about this, as am I. We are going to be making sure that we continue with direct payments. We've actually been able to give payments early to growers, in particular where there is active farming happening. And of course, active farming also has to be sustainable farming as well, because the agricultural community in the sector, and indeed the land management sector by its very virtue of managing our land, has got not just the biggest responsibility, but also has got the biggest opportunity to assist us in how we get to net zero and how we improve the environment for everyone, but also create hundreds and hundreds of jobs, particularly in the areas of rural Scotland, particularly in the area that Ariane Burgess represents.
And the final questioner that I'll be able to call is Colm Merrick.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and congratulations to the Cabinet Secretary on her new role. As the Cabinet Secretary knows, cars remain the largest contributor to emissions in Scotland, though thanks to SNP government investment, Scotland has led the way in the provision of public electric vehicle or EV charging points in the UK. Therefore, can the Cabinet Secretary say how the Scottish Government is continuing to encourage an uptake in the use of electric vehicles, and does the Cabinet Secretary share my concerns over the impact of the UK Government's new tax per mile on EVs, particularly on people living in rural areas?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Colm Merrick for that question, and it's a question that very much exercises me, the content of which, particularly the UK Government putting motoring taxation and actually penalising EV drivers, when we should be encouraging the take-up of electric vehicles so that we can further decarbonise our transport. And this is particularly important in rural areas as well, where we maybe don't have the transport links that actually meet everyone's needs, and the ability for people in rural areas do need to use cars, and where they can, they should be having the opportunity to purchase an EV. The Scottish Government has invested over £70 million in public EV charging since 2011. A direct result of this funding, increasing private sector investment, has been crowded in as a result of that. We've now got one of the most comprehensive charging networks in the UK. The per mile tax, though, is damaging to not just Scotland's decarbonisation objectives, but the whole of the UK's. It can cost the average UK EV driver £350 a year, and some drivers in Scotland could pay over £50 more simply due to our geography. Also, I'm not sure how they're going to work it. So I've got lots of questions of this. I'd like to see it scrapped. I'd like to see EV take-up being incentivised.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary, and apologies to members that I was unable to call. The next item of business is a debate on motion 290 in the name of Stephen Flynn on growing Scotland's economy, and I'll give front benches the opportunity to change. I invite members who wish to speak in the debate to press their request to speak buttons. Stephen Flynn to speak to and move the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. When I made the decision to stand for election to this Parliament, I did so because I believe that our nation's future is full of potential, and it is our job to ensure that that potential is not just spoken about in homes, parks and pubs across Scotland, but delivered upon by those of us fortunate enough to serve in this Parliament. That means good jobs and good wages. It means stronger businesses with the opportunity to grow. It means ensuring that the generations that follow our own enjoy better living standards than we do ourselves. And key to unlocking that opportunity, key to delivering that potential, is growing Scotland's economy. Now, for so many of my generation on these aisles, and indeed those generations that have since followed, because it feels like there's been a fair few, an economy that works is something that they have neither seen nor felt. For they are the generation that entered the world of work during a global financial crisis, who lived through the austerity years of Cameron and Clegg that followed. And on that point, it's probably apt to give way to Rachel Hamilton.
Rachel Hamilton, although I would remind the member that the convention is that interventions aren't taken in a first speech, and it's Mr Flynn's first speech.
I apologise, but I'm very grateful for Stephen Flynn to take the intervention. Yes, but I was wondering if Mr Flynn would agree with the Institute of Chartered Accountants, who basically said we cannot tax ourselves to growth.
Stephen Flynn.
There's a certain irony in Rachel Hamilton presenting herself in debate on the point of austerity and the damage that was done by her party to the UK economy, to Scotland's economy, to Scottish families, and then choosing to blame others when she could have taken responsibility for the decisions of the Conservative government. But of course, it wasn't just the austerity years of Cameron and Clegg. We also were the generation who watched on hopelessly as Farage and Johnson dragged us from the European Union, who remained rooted to their homes during the pandemic, who grew angry as Vladimir Putin brought terror back to Europe and Liz Truss insanity to number 10. And I'm sure Mr Hoy is the way to apologise to the Chamber for Liz Truss.
Craig Hoy.
I thank our newbie for giving way during his maiden speech, but will he now take this opportunity to apologise for the tens of thousands of oil and gas workers in the North East who have lost their jobs as a direct result of this government's failure to support our oil and gas sector?
Mr Hoy, I would remind you that you must treat all members with courtesy at all times. Stephen Flynn.
Well, firstly, I give Mr Hoy the opportunity to apologise for Liz Truss, and I notice that he chose not to do so, something that will sit heavily in the minds of voters across Scotland over the coming weeks, I have no doubt. But how dare a Conservative Party member, the party responsible for the energy profits levy, the party responsible for their own failed environmental risk assessments, have blocked the Rosebank project from being taken forward, come to this chamber and blame anyone else for their actions? The reality is that Scotland's oil and gas industry has contributed near £400 billion to his UK Treasury, and people have lost their jobs despite that. That is on him and his party, nobody else's, Deputy Presiding Officer. But back to that generation, because they are the ones who have been buffeted by events and promised change from Westminster throughout their adult lives, but who have never seen it being delivered. And let me be clear to this chamber that for as long as the great levers of any state over trade, migration, energy, tax and employment law are held by others far removed from Scotland's reach, we will always be held back from being able to deliver the full potential that a growing economy can deliver and that our nation deserves. And, Deputy Presiding Officer, that becomes ever more frustrating when we consider just how strong our foundations are, because be in no doubt, Scotland does start from a position of strength. Our nation is awash with investment and innovation, from the Saxford spaceport sat atop the very tip of the Shetland Isles in Unst to the Centre Parks development down south by Hoyk, from the world-leading subsea oil and gas and renewables engineering of Aberdeen in the east to the glory of Scotland's malts in the Western Isles. Across Edinburgh and Glasgow lies financial institutions that are the envy of so many, and that's before we spread out across our lands in celebration of our food, farming and fishing. Indeed, all of us in this chamber could rightly celebrate, perhaps not Mr Hoy, all of us in this chamber could rightly celebrate success stories from each of our constituencies time and time again. We all know them. The local businesses with the global connections and the global brands. The task now is to use the powers that we do have to build upon those underlying strengths and channel it into growth that the Scottish public can feel. And that next phase of this government's delivery must be about pace, outcomes and reforms. As we have said, Scotland does not lack assets nor ambitions, but we do know that too often progress is slowed by the complexity of the state and the fragmented support systems that too often act as a barrier. Our job now is to cut through that complexity, to accelerate delivery and to align government, public bodies and partners behind the shared goal of higher sustainable growth. Growth that is felt in people's day-to-day lives. First, we must continue to unlock investment. We all know that Scotland continues to have the highest levels of foreign direct investment outside of London. We all know that Scotland is a high-confidence, stable and attractive environment for many investors. We all know that it was the Scottish Government that put those conditions in place. But we can and we must go further to make Scotland the best place to do business in the UK, to create an environment where we can make it easier to turn investor interest into real projects and real jobs. And Deputy Presiding Officer, our Major Projects Office will help to make that vision a reality. Second, we must boost productivity. If we are serious about attracting investment, if we are serious about being the best place to do business on these isles, if we are serious about competing internationally, then we must continue to invest in making sure that the workforce of today is ready for the work of tomorrow. And skills are key when it comes to boosting productivity. That means working with our schools, colleges, universities, research institutions and businesses to ensure that our young people, those out of work and indeed those looking for a change, know exactly what skills they need and where best to get them to get on in life. But skills are, of course, only part of the story, because they are only worth having if there's somewhere to use them. And that's why, thirdly, we will back the industries of the future. And talking about the future, I'll give way to Willie Rennie.
Willie Rennie.
Quite a charmer, isn't he? On the point of skills and workforce, what is his answer to the high levels of economic inactivity from the aged workforce of 16 to 64? Because I've not heard anything yet that gives me confidence that the government's on top of this issue.
Stephen Flynn.
I think that's an incredibly important point that Mr Rennie rightly makes, and it's no surprise that he's chosen to do so. I tried to reference to that in the remarks that I made in terms of working across institution, from the youngest ages to the oldest ages, and with business to ensure that we bring people together to make sure that they have the skills that are required in order to get back in to the workplace. I don't think anyone can put their hand up and say there's an easy answer in that regard, but what we are willing to do and what we will be willing to do is engage across this chamber and across civic and business society in Scotland to ensure that that happens, and I'm looking forward to working with him in that regard. But back to the industries of the future. Our vision must go beyond simply adopting new technologies to instead helping to create and commercialise them. Areas such as life sciences, digital, artificial intelligence, critical technologies such as quantum and phonics, advanced manufacturing and, of course, the energy transition offer major opportunities for high productivity and high value jobs. We must be able to build on our existing strengths in energy, engineering and innovation, while opening up new opportunities in sectors such as hydrogen, carbon capture and storage, and yes, offshore wind. That is how growth is felt across generations, not just announced from a podium. And we must wrap our arm around the supply chain in those sectors to ensure that they grow, innovate, export and stay anchored right here, in Scotland, for Scotland. Our high growth unit will help to make that scale up possible, and it will sit directly adjacent to the office of the First Minister, so there will be nowhere to hide. Fourth, we will continue to expand Scotland's global reach. As a small, open economy, our long-term growth depends on selling more goods and services to the world and harnessing our export potential. That outward-looking tradition runs deep, and there is a golden opportunity to harness that export potential in the coming weeks with our biggest single export nation, as Scotland, of course, heads to America for the World Cup. We all know that success abroad will help bring success at home, and our task is to help more Scottish firms succeed in these global markets. Fifth, and I'm sure there will be agreement across the chamber in this regard, we must reform the system so it supports growth rather than holding it back. When done well, the planning system is an effective tool in delivering economic growth. But businesses and investors need a system that is quicker and gives more certainty. They need regulation that is more predictable and less complicated, and support that is less fragmented. Certainty breeds confidence, but risk and delay do the opposite. Reform matters because delivery matters, and because growth will only be felt if government acts with urgency, with clarity and with purpose. I will.
Graham Simpson.
Thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking the intervention. He makes a very good point about speeding up the planning system, but we've been talking about this for years and years. So does he have any specific proposals to achieve that?
Stephen Flynn.
If Mr Simpson's been talking about it for years in this chamber and not been able to deliver it, that's maybe a reflection of his own abilities to do so. But I'm new here, and I give him the commitment that we can and indeed we will, because in short we want the planning system to act as an enabler rather than a barrier. Now, Deputy Presiding Officer, I am very conscious that if you live near Mossmoran right now, or Grangemouth, or in my home city of Aberdeen, you might feel that this all feels a mile away from your lived reality, where deindustrialisation is leaving you without hope for the future and without the certainty that you crave for your family. You want to hear that your jobs of today can be protected so that you can have access to the jobs of tomorrow. I want you to know that we hear you and that we will do our part to deliver the opportunities for a future that you and your communities deserve. Now, none of that will be easy. We can shout about the energy profits levy that's choking investment and creating a cliff edge for jobs. We can yell that energy security matters, that jet fuel from Grangemouth would have been better than jet fuel from outside Scotland. But to be successful, we need Westminster to listen. And whilst they may well try to ignore this Parliament, know that we will not let them, because it matters too much to you and to Scotland's future. Presiding Officer, when I was elected to this Parliament, I could barely hide my delight, so much so that I couldn't even get my words out to be sworn in. And the reason I was so happy was because I believe that this Parliament can deliver on Scotland's potential. And to be a part of that story should be a special thing for all of us. A productive, dynamic, prosperous Scotland, where growth is a real thing that changes people's lives, and the jobs they can get, the homes they can afford, the businesses they can build, and the confidence they can have in their own future. And that is not just my mission. It should be this Parliament's mission. And I move the motion in my name.
I now call on Daniel Johnson to speak to and move Amendment 290.3.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm not sure if I've had the chance to welcome you to your place, but I do so now and repeat it. And can I also welcome the Cabinet Secretary to his place? For a first speech, I thought he did very well. But look, let me say that I agree with him, actually, on the fundamental points of his premise. That I believe that economic growth is important because it is about the potential of this country. And that potential, I think, is measured in wages and jobs. And I think we need to all be focused on that. But it is complicated. And indeed, I welcome the fact that he has added to his portfolio transport, because I think in previous parliaments, the economy has been a brief that has been a name check, but not necessarily with the connections to the parts of policy that can actually directly impact economic growth. And so, I mean, in a sense, I don't envy his task, because it is complicated, it is a big portfolio, and one that he has a task ahead of him. And it reminds me that I was once told by a former boss that he, given complexity, was not there to be liked, he was there to be effective. Can I say to the Cabinet Secretary, he's halfway there already. But look, I think if we're going to confront this, I think we need a bit of frankness and candour, as well as looking at the opportunities that we have in front of us. And first of all, I would say to the government, they need to confront some of the economic context they have in front of them. Time after time in this place, we have the point that made by the Fiscal Commission that there is a £785 million fiscal performance gap that they define as Scotland's wages growing more slowly than the rest of the United Kingdom. Now, just let's put this in context. That £785 million could fund Scottish Enterprise, Highlands and Islands Enterprise, South of Scotland Enterprise, Scottish National Investment and SDS combined. So we need to address it, we need to confront it. We also need to acknowledge Scotland's relative economic performance. It is a fact that between 2014 and 2024, Scotland's economy grew by 8.4% compared to 14.3% across the UK. But let's be very clear. I think we need to be candid on all fronts. That correlates with a very significant decline in oil and gas extraction from the North Sea. Ultimately, what we need to do is recognise the scale of the oil and gas sector, the fact that it is a declining sector, whether you like it or not, because of geology, and focus on how we replace those jobs, because they are high-paid jobs, well above median wage, and we have a challenge there to replace them, regardless of our views on climate change. That is the reality of the North Sea. So in front of us, I think we need to focus on three core things. I'm happy to take an intervention.
Liam Carr.
I'm listening very carefully to his point. He'll presumably acknowledge that the Labour government's ban on new exploration and production is not going to help the oil and gas industry one bit.
Daniel Johnson.
And the member completely fails to acknowledge the bodged process that the last UK government put in place, which is why those licences ended up in the Supreme Court in the first place. So again, if I'm coming to the chamber with candour and honesty, I would ask the member does the same. I think we need to focus on three core things. One is around the economics of place. Second is around people and skills. And apologies, Mr Hoy, if I could make a little bit of progress. And all three, I think we have the powers here, but we fail to focus on them. On place, if we extend the examination on figures, we have parts of the United Kingdom where GDP per head is growing far faster than it is in Scotland. So Greater Manchester has a GDP per growth in recent years of 15.4%, West Yorkshire 7.5%, whereas Scotland has grown in a similar period by 4.3%. So I think we need to look at the government's pledges to put regional economic partnerships on a statutory footing, but we need to look at what will they do, how will they work, what power from this place will we push out so that they can actually deliver in partnership with industry. On people and skills, and I think the Cabinet Secretary was right to point this out, but the reality is that we have falling numbers of modern apprenticeship starts, and we have barely got going on the upskilling and reskilling. And yet we have to wait for the organisational reform of SDS into the Scottish Funding Council. And I worry that we will not have the scope or capacity to implement the changes that we need to do in terms of upskilling and reskilling, let alone the increasing difficulties that young people have getting into the workforce at all. And on partnership, and the Cabinet Secretary did reference this, but we need much greater focus in terms of the time and uncertainty that the government introduces into investment pipelines. Let's just take renewables. It takes 7 to 10 years to get projects from start to finish through the consent, planning and consenting regime, in comparison to Norway, where it takes similar projects 3 to 4 years. We need a comprehensive mapping exercise from government, understanding where it has touch points, where it increases time and uncertainty. But more importantly, and I say this to people of all political parties, I think there is an overwhelming urge or tendency for politicians to assume that everyone from business is only driven by the profit motive. Actually, the profit motive is vital for business. And yes, we need to be cautious of profiteering, but ultimately we need to work in partnership and understand how businesses can generate a return, because that's what ultimately economic growth requires. My time is up, but I would say this. This is perhaps a hopeful start. We need a renewed discussion around the economy, one based around decentralisation, people and partnership. And with that, I will close. Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer.
Mr Johnson, could you move your amendment, please?
I thought I did at the beginning, but I moved the amendment in my name. Apologies.
Thank you. And I now call on Duncan Massey to speak to and move Amendment 290.2.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I move the amendment in my name, and of course I extend my congratulations also to Stephen Flynn on his new role as Cabinet Secretary. And I very much welcome this debate here today on growing Scotland's economy, because I believe that a focus on growth, a real, genuine focus on growth, has been desperately missing from this Parliament and certainly from SNP administrations for a long time. So I do hope that Mr Flynn does bring a fresh approach. I was actually encouraged by some of his words, so I'm thankful for that. Yeah. But because this Parliament should be united on one fundamental truth, and that is higher economic growth is essential. Essential if we're serious about delivering long-term prosperity for everyone, serious about driving jobs and opportunity for everyone, and serious about improving our public services for everyone. Yet, the reality is Scotland today faces stagnant growth, causing stagnant wages and resulting in far too opportunities for people, especially young people. And I think too many people feel that the economy is simply not working for them and they don't have a future. And partly as a result, we now have unsustainable numbers of people out of work and reliant on benefits. You know, Scotland, with a working age population of around 3.6 million, has only 2.6 million people in work. If after allowing for students, carers, retirees, those who can't work, we are still left with about 1 million people effectively. I'll move on with my arguments first, thank you. Around 500,000 people effectively locked out of opportunity and prosperity. And that is a national failure, and one that must be addressed by growth and coupled with reform of the benefit system. And another one of the core reasons for the underperformance is that Scotland has become the highest tax part of the UK, whether it's income tax, property taxes or other costs such as minimum unit pricing for alcohol. The cumulative burden is clear. Our tax system is too high, too complex. It is riddled with cliff edges that discourage people from taking on extra work or progressing in their careers. It makes Scotland less competitive and less attractive, particularly when we try to recruit skilled professionals from the rest of the UK. And nowhere is this clearer than in our NHS, where doctors and consultants are increasingly reluctant to take on additional shifts or even to relocate here. And, you know, the reality is simple. The most expensive purchase that any person makes in their life is not their home, their car, or their holiday. It's their government. And unlike any purchase, they have no choice but to pay it. And indeed, last week we heard, thanks to the... Yes, I will.
George Adam.
Surely using the individual metaphor of the biggest purchase you'll make will be government. Surely using that, you can actually say that, well, every 5 years you get a chance in an election, and the SNP just won an overwhelming victory in the election, so he's talking complete and utter nonsense, is he not?
Mr Massey.
I'm not sure it was overwhelming, and I'm not sure that was a vote on the tax system of Scotland. Anyway, we heard last week, thanks to the Mandelson files, that this Labour government mainly sits around asking who can we tax in order to pay benefits to others. And if anything, this place seems to embrace this approach, but on steroids. Any thoughts of even controlling the benefits bill are totally forbidden. Sure.
Mr Roy.
Independent analysts have shown that the Scottish Child Payment is resulting in people choosing not to take on extra shifts, giving up work entirely and turning down pay rises. Will he therefore join with me in imposing a two-child benefit cap on the Scottish Child Payment?
Duncan Massey.
Be drawn on specific policies, but the whole benefit system obviously needs reviewed, and it's going to be a key part of this government. The other part of course, reason for the lack of growth is the high cost of our energy. And you know, despite some of the rhetoric we've heard about our energy system, what we have is a struggling system that is driving an ever more fragile grid, dependent on huge subsidies from the UK government, and driving some of the highest energy costs in the world, especially industrial energy prices. And that's hurting consumers, it's hurting businesses across the board, but most obviously we are deindustrialising at a rapid rate. And I was encouraged that we heard the fact that Grangemouth refinery was mentioned, that Musmoran was mentioned. The Alexander Dennis bus factory in Falkirk has also closed down, because we have made most energy-intensive businesses simply unviable here. And these problems are not caused by, gas price spikes. They are caused by net zero policies, and particularly very expensive subsidised intermittent renewables. Renewables are a welcome part of the mix, but the more accurate ONS figures show that we are simply not getting the jobs to replace these industries that are being shut down. And of course, North Sea oil and gas. We've talked about it. One of our great industries which has driven so much engineering excellence. It's being crushed by deliberate policy choices. whether that is the presumption against new oil and gas of the SNP, the continuing refusal of this Scottish Government to unambiguously back new projects or new drilling, and of course the EPL introduced by the Tories, increased by Labour and supported by virtually everyone in the chamber, apart from Reform. Sure.
I just wonder if the member would confirm that whilst he was a member of the Conservative Party and got his start in politics with the Conservative Party, he unequivocally backed Conservative Party policy.
Duncan Massey.
No, of course I didn't, and that's one of the main reasons I left. Let's move on to another area. Let's talk about Europe. It seems to be a matter of faith in this place that somehow a failing, declining EU is some great place to be. I would highlight that over the period since Brexit, Britain had higher GDP. Not just yet, I'll expand my argument. I would highlight that over the period since Brexit, Britain has had a higher GDP growth than all the other major EU economies, admittedly well behind the fast-growing economies of the world, such as America and across Asia. The well-known meme goes like this: the US innovates, China replicates, and the EU regulates. And this is now very unfair on China, who one could say is now innovating the entire world, but is perfectly fair on the EU, which is now a sick man blocking innovation across the board, such as AI, and with the exception of nuclear France, is energy poor, resource poor, has an ageing population and limited military capability. It's now only 13% of global GDP, and like the Titanic, it's going down to irrelevance. The tragedy is that many people here want to get back on. I'll take the intervention.
Mr Massey, I'm afraid you're in your closing few seconds, please. Thank you.
Yes, I will close there. Thank you. I agree, Scotland does have enormous potential. We are blessed with many business sectors that are genuinely world-class, have great potential to move on, but we're not realising that potential. Scotland, once again, needs to be one of the best places in the world to do business, for people to invest and for people to come and work. We must fix our tax system. We've got to be competitive again. That means getting rid of the 6 bands and moving back to 3 bands, removing the punitive cliff edges and aligning rates to at least the level of the UK. Second, we need at least a pragmatic energy policy, one focused on delivering cheap, abundant, reliable energy. And third, we also need to maximise our oil and gas resources in the short and medium term, while planning for a transition that includes nuclear power, with renewables playing a complementary, not dominant role. And we must also ensure that our benefit system, I'll conclude, we must reform our benefit system to ensure that work always pays and all opportunities are always there for everyone. So we must be a Scotland where young people, whether
I'm sorry, Mr Massey, you have to...
This is the last sentence.
I'm afraid you've had 2 last sentences already. I was giving you extra time because you took the intervention, so sorry about that. We'll move on now. I should let the Chamber know that we are running quite a bit behind time now, but I call Patrick Harvie to be followed by Rachel Hamilton. Mr Harvie, up to 6 minutes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and can I congratulate Stephen Flynn on his appointment. It's going to be his first opportunity to hear my traditional rant about the ideology of economic growth. Others have been listening to this for decades from me, and this is his first chance. I'm sure he's been looking forward to it. But Greens are far from alone in criticising the myopic approach to measuring GDP. We recognise that some economic activity is good for our health, good for our environment, generates wealth that's fairly shared and that rewards workers with secure jobs, rights and protections in the workplace and high levels of local ownership. There is also economic activity which undermines our health, degrades our environment, exploits the workforce and enriches remote corporate interests. So the focus on growth as a simplistic measurement, it measures everything that's good and everything that's bad for people and pretends that it's all of equal value. It's a simplistic metric. And focusing on this alone is the wrong target for a government that cares about people's well-being. Now, the Scottish Government, the SNP, certainly never fully shared the Green critique of growth, but they did begin to move in the right direction. The National Performance Framework recognises wider economic indicators, even if it did keep GDP on a pedestal. As First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon placed a strong emphasis on the concept of a well-being economy, working with, for example, Iceland and New Zealand to create the Wellbeing Economy Governments Group. In her TED Talk in 2019, Nicola Sturgeon said that the time for GDP to be seen as the only measure of a country's success was over. And as recently as January 2024, the Scottish Government backed a motion in Parliament setting out the aim of a fair, green, wellbeing economy in Scotland. Now, the SNP's position was never an outright rejection of growth, and indeed even the Green position is often misrepresented. In reality, as our amendment makes clear, which I move now, there are certainly areas where our economic activity should increase. But we do argue that an increase for its own sake, that takes place regardless of who benefits or regardless of who bears the social and environmental costs, is the wrong goal to pursue. So while there were always differences between the Green and the SNP position, today's motion looks like a complete reversal of the Scottish Government's previous direction of travel. It reads as a repudiation of its previous work on the concept of a wellbeing economy. A regressive change compared to the last decade. And Stephen Flynn's speech doesn't give so much as a nod to the previous progressive track record. Now, there will, of course, I'll give way.
Member for giving way. And I'm going to try and seek some consensus here. Surely grounding a view of growth is grounded in jobs and wages and opportunity is perhaps some compromise between the position he's articulating and those maybe in other parts of the chamber.
Patrick Harvie.
There are certainly better ways to think of that, and I'll come on to it later. But the record across decades in Europe is that long-term economic growth has benefited the 1% vastly more than the large majority of the population. Now, there will be those who say that all growth is good growth, and it simply doesn't matter if a tiny number of people become immensely wealthy while others are hungry and homeless. Or it doesn't matter if growth comes from depletion of finite resources. For example, the Cabinet Secretary's remarks today seem to suggest that he no longer even supports environmental impact assessments and that Rosebank should have been approved without them. It may be that some people think growth is desirable, even if it continues the destruction of our ecosystem. But the world is already finding out just how self-defeating that argument is. The UK's National Security Assessment on ecosystem collapse and biodiversity loss shows the scale of the crisis that has been brought about by the current economic model. And it illustrates that the economy is in fact wholly dependent on a healthy environment and a fairly functioning society, with up to 12% of GDP at risk as a result of ecosystem collapse, and that's just by 2030, just a few years away. A reckoning is needed with the profound failure of the old economic model, which has left us with a legacy of poverty and inequality, hollowed out public services, public infrastructure in private hands, and a climate and nature crisis. A reckoning is also needed with the political model which enabled that economic system. A political model which has spent decades handing away power, which should be democratically accountable, to corporations and markets. Dare I say it, it's time to take back control. New thinking is emerging. The Global Justice Report mentioned in the Green Amendment makes the case that a global transformation that does reconcile planetary habitability and high standards of well-being for all people is possible, but it depends on rapid decarbonisation, a shift away from overconsumption towards sufficiency, as well as a dramatic reduction in inequality. It certainly would be bad for the billionaire class, but it would be a path to better shared prosperity for the vast majority of the world's population than they have access today. And what we need, Presiding Officer, is a government with that same willingness to confront the failures of the current dominant failed economic system, and with the vision and ambition to bring new thinking to the challenge. This country does have huge potential, to meet the needs of all our people without trashing our life support system, to contribute to the well-being of others around the world without allowing a tiny number to hoard the wealth that we all generate together. There will be things that we need to see grow: clean energy, nature restoration, efficient resource use, as well as the social capacity that improves everyone's lives, from health and care to education and culture. Growth of those things which improve our lives, which help people to help one another and protect the world we all depend on, that is healthy growth. But growth for the sake of growth is the ideology of the cancer cell. I urge the Government to rediscover that understanding, which for a few years it was beginning to embrace. And I move the amendment in my name.
Thank you. I now call Rachel Hamilton to be followed by Liam MacArthur. Rachel Hamilton to speak and to move Amendment 290.5.
Presiding Officer, thank you, and I move the amendment in my name. And our amendment presents a laser focus on Scotland's economic potential. And may I welcome Stephen Flynn to his role and congratulate him on his maiden speech. I appreciate this may sound obvious, Presiding Officer, but after nearly 2 decades of SNP government, it is worth restating the basics. Now, prosperity means improved services, like building new schools, saving swimming pools, the kind of obvious that all of us are talking about in our own constituencies. It means ensuring that we improve people's life chances. It means job creation. But under the SNP, the economic landscape does look perilous. Scotland's economic growth has lagged behind the rest of the UK by 12 billion since the SNP took power. And their failure to grow the economy means that despite Scots being the highest part of the tax part of the UK, only half of this gets to public services. Now, we do need sound fiscal management, but how can we accept that a party of John Swinney and Peter Murrell and Colin Beattie are fiscally responsible? They have left this country with a deficit, with a black hole reaching 5 billion by the end of the decade, and spending is growing faster than revenue. It leaves less money, as I said, for infrastructure such as dualling the A9 and essential housing projects, energy projects, supporting jobs and investment. It is fantasy economics. It's a dangerous game to be playing with Scotland's future. But instead of fixing these problems, the SNP are obsessed with another dangerous game. The very first vote of this session was a symbolic vote on the Constitution, and that clearly sends the wrong message to businesses. A vote which Sir Tom Hunter warned will have people ask themselves, should I invest in Scotland, or is there something going on politically that makes it a bit politically unstable? And that is the wrong message to send businesses. I know there are business representatives in the gallery today, and they want to see Scotland succeed. We know that for the SNP, economic growth has always played second fiddle to breaking up the United Kingdom. But now to Mr Flynn. At Westminster, as a backbencher, he could shout from the sidelines and show off his leadership potential. But of course, he could dodge any blame for SNP policies. Now he has the responsibility to deliver for business, and there is no hiding. The business sector is watching. And in a recent interview, he criticised the fact that Scotland is the highest tax part of the UK, despite it being his own government's policy. The business community say there's no direction of travel for Scotland's long-term growth. The previous Finance Committee concluded that economic strategies have not delivered the scale of growth promised, and Audit Scotland said they are concerned about the SNP's unclear and weak delivery mechanisms. And unlike the SNP motion, my party highlights Scotland's key sectors, such as oil and gas, energy, food and drink, financial services and space. And nowhere is that security more at stake than in our oil and gas sector, and in Aberdeen, the city that built it. When I spoke to voters in Aberdeen South, I heard firsthand the pain and turmoil being caused by the SNP's presumption against oil and gas. Livelihoods being lost, 1,000 jobs being lost per month. That is shocking. This is not serious economic policy. It is the exporting of Scottish jobs, prosperity and growth for political posturing. I will.
Jack Middleton.
Hamilton accept that the energy profits levy introduced by the Conservative government is costing 1,000 jobs a month across the sector? Well, what's their explanation for that, can I ask, Presiding Officer?
Rachel Hamilton.
An interesting intervention from Jack Middleton, Presiding Officer. I wonder if he supports the introduction of licences for Jackdaw and Rosebank. And we're coming on to Jack Middleton, so he can just listen up on non-domestic rates. You can get your intervention ready, Mr Middleton. So, since Stephen Flynn has landed at Holyrood, he must find it pretty shameful that his own party disagrees with him and are refusing to remove their presumption against oil and gas to protect those jobs in the North East. Any party that claims to support economic growth must support our oil and gas sector in Aberdeen. Now, the other concern that I have is that 80% of Scots think income tax should be the same or lower than the rest of the United Kingdom. It's one of the top concerns with business owners in Scotland. The Chamber of Commerce, the CBI, the IFS, the Fraser of Allen Institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants and many more have argued time and time again that the SNP government have a complicated high tax regime. It's damaging our growth, it's damaging prosperity. Moving on to non-domestic rates, while I have the short time left, Presiding Officer, former SNP SPAD Jack Middleton said there are clear flaws in his party's business rate revaluation, which led to 412 businesses having rises over 1,000%. He's quiet now, isn't he, Presiding Officer? It's a bit like an arsonist helping the SNP ministers pour petrol over a burning fire and not calling the fire service. Now, constituents in my constituency have been in touch about these damaging non-domestic rates. A constituent from Berwickshire contacted me to tell me that the draft rateable value could be more than double. And at a time when energy and other costs are rising, that is very worrying. And we know that the Scottish Hospitality Group have said that the Scottish Government and local authorities must urgently fix this issue. They must urgently fix the immediate implementation failures on rates relief. I see time is marching on, Presiding Officer. I will close there. Thank you.
Thank you. We move to the final of the opening speeches and I ask Liam MacArthur to speak to and move Amendment 290.1.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I join with others in welcoming the Cabinet Secretary to his post and commend him on his first speech. Daniel Johnson talked about a hopeful start. I'm not sure whether he retains that hope since he sat down, but anyway, I welcome the debate that we're having around economic growth. Very often it's a debate that we have that is framed in the context of cities and city regions. I think I would absolve the Cabinet Secretary from that in his remarks. I think he recognised that the role of our rural and island communities, which are often, I think, underestimated, undervalued, whether in terms of their contribution, their ambition or their innovation. But I think if we look at many of the key sectors in our economy, whether that be energy, food and drink, the creative sector, tourism, sport, tourism and space, these are sectors that are driving our economy, and they're areas in which I think our rural and island communities can lay claim to be punching above their weight. But very often I think the argument will be made that as well as they are doing, they are not able to fulfil their potentials because they're being held back. Whether that's the slow and patchy progress in the rollout of digital infrastructure, whether that's a transport network where we see delays in the dualling of the A9, we see a ferry network that has been underinvested in and we're seeing the chaos arising from that, or indeed even in cuts in air services, which I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for engaging with me on, but again I think hold back our rural and island areas, or indeed in the area of housing, where I think there's a specific dimension to the housing crisis that we're seeing across the country in rural and island areas. We see it too in terms of care, whether that's social care and childcare, not just in the failure, the inability to meet the needs of those in receipt of care, but actually the impact it has in drawing out people who would otherwise be in the workforce, who are having to take on those caring roles because the support isn't available. And also through centralised procurement, which I understand and acknowledge can have benefits, but very often in areas like the one I represent, 1%, add to the cost and crowd out opportunities for businesses to grow and expand and develop jobs and value. Support will be needed, funding will be needed, but often in rural and island areas this is seen as some sort of subsidy, where in every other part of the country it's recognised as an investment. And that is investment that's key for Scotland and UK achieving its ambitions, whether that's in terms of the economy or whether it's in terms of the transition to net zero, what we've heard quite a bit about in this debate. Islands are part of what makes Scotland, Scotland. I think this is exemplified in my own Orkney constituency, where I think pretty consistently over the years I have represented those islands. Colleagues across the chamber who've been fortunate enough to be on visits to Orkney have reflected on the can-do attitude of the people that live there. I think we have a track record of delivering on quality and delivering on change and delivering on innovation. But again, too often, that is held back, very often by a one-size-fits-all approach to either policy or regulation, which is unnecessary in terms of meeting our wider obligations and ambitions, but stems from, I think, a sense of administrative simplicity rather than what is best either for Orkney or indeed for the country as a whole. And of course, SMEs are the lifeblood of somewhere like Orkney. There are very few large companies. They have faced shocks such as those on business rates already mentioned in this debate. And while action was taken in the last budget, not least due to the intervention of Liberal Democrats, I think the FSB and others are quite right to be calling for much wider reform. And to the amendment in my name, which highlights the costs of Brexit's cost to Orkney, to Scotland, to the wider UK costs, which are estimated between 100 and 200 billion a year by Bloomberg Economics, but cost to the EU as well. I lived and worked in Brussels for around 5 years. I know that there's a recognition of the mutual disadvantage that has arisen from this breakage. The future relationship with the EU, though, is not simply ours to determine. EU member states have a view in that debate, but mutual self-interest surely depends on rebuilding ties. We've seen positive signs already, those are welcome, but we must go further, and the customs union referred to in my amendment, which I move, can help reduce trade friction, benefit SMEs, benefit, as I say, communities in rural and island areas, but across the country too, and I would urge Parliament to support that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to the open debate, and I call Karen Adams, to be followed by Jenny Round.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I firstly want to welcome the Cabinet Secretary to his new post. It's great to see you in this Parliament. Presiding Officer, when we talk about the economy, it can sometimes feel like we're talking about something that's quite abstract, something separate from people's everyday lives. It sounds technical and distant, full of forecasts and figures, and a language that doesn't always mean that much to the people who are living with dire consequences of some disastrous economic decisions. But the word economy has its roots in the management of resources, and I think that's a useful reminder. Growing an economy should never be just about producing more wealth somewhere for someone. It should be about how we use Scotland's resources, develop our skills, support our industries, and make sure our communities benefit from it all. And that is the question that I come back to. Who is this growth for? When I think about economic growth in Banffshire and Bucking Coast, I don't think first about a graph or a statistic. I think about the young folk in Buckie, wondering whether they're going to be a good job for them if they stay in their hometown. I think about the folk across the constituency deciding what skills that they want to build at the local NES call, whether that takes them into fishing, engineering, offshore renewables, construction, care, education, local business and enterprise. And I think about the folk who want to raise their families in the towns that they grew up in because they can see opportunity there, stability, a decent standard of living and a future for those who come after them. And that is what economic growth has to mean in real life. In my constituency, I see that potential everywhere. Fraserburgh Harbour has a master plan looking to future-proof one of Scotland's key fishing ports. Peterhead Port is already a massive asset for Scotland with links to fishing, energy and trade. In Buckie, Macduff, Fraserburgh, Peterhead, right along the coastline, our harbours, ports and communities all have a part to play in Scotland's economic future, and we must protect it. If we do want that growth to be meaningful, we need to connect the dots, and we cannot look at economic cases and business plans in silos. And that is why the economic case, for example, for the campaign for North East Rail really matters. Peterhead and Fraserburgh are two of Scotland's largest towns without a rail link, and that's not just a transport issue, it's an economic issue. It affects access to education, work, freight, business confidence, and how quickly and cleanly produce from one of Europe's most important fishing ports can reach the market. Now that, to me, is what sustainable and inclusive growth should look like. Not just growth that appears in national figures, but growth that reaches the communities, workers and businesses that helped create it. And that's also why I think the North East... Yes, I will.
Liam Kerr.
I'm very grateful. I find myself in very strong agreement with her on the benefits of North East Rail and the Buchan Line being relayed as called for by CNER. What would she have the government do about this, though? Because I certainly think the government needs to be doing proper case studies and get on with relaying the line.
Karen Adam.
Member for that intervention, because it gives me the opportunity to say that I've already opened up conversations, and we are going to be discussing what the campaign are asking for in their next steps, because it was in the SNP manifesto that support was going to be there for them. So I look forward to working cross-party to see if we can help get that delivered. So I think that's why the North East needs a stronger and more bespoke economic focus. We have Highlands and Islands enterprise, we have South of Scotland enterprise, we have Scottish enterprise working nationally. I'm sorry, I'll just make way at the moment, but I will come back. But the North East has its own mix of industries, pressures and opportunities, and that deserves focused attention. The North East is not waiting for somebody to come and fix everything. The people and the businesses, ideas and work ethic, they are already there. What they need is the right support, connections and doors opened. And if we are serious about removing barriers to success, we have to listen to the people, businesses and communities who know what those barriers are. Now, there are, of course, limits to what Scotland can do while key powers remain at Westminster, such as energy policy, immigration, major fiscal levers and big parts of economic decision-making. That matters when energy-rich communities still face fuel poverty, and it matters when local businesses struggle to recruit, when care services need staff, and when schools need teachers, and when rural and coastal communities need policy that reflects their reality. And that is why independence matters in this debate, as a practical question of whether Scotland has the powers to build an economy around Scotland's own needs. But we have responsibilities now, and we should use every power we have to support enterprise, investment, innovation and trade. Growth cannot just be about numbers on paper. It has to mean better lives, fewer children in poverty, stronger public services, healthier towns, better jobs and communities where people feel proud to stay, work, raise families and build something lasting. What Banffshire and Buchan Coast needs is support to turn its potential into prosperity that is seen and felt locally. Now, Presiding Officer, in conclusion, that is the kind of economic growth I want for Scotland. Growth with purpose, growth that reaches people and growth that strengthens the places that we all call home. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Jenny Young to be followed by Stuart McMillan.
I welcome today's debate on economic growth. It is one of, if not the most important topic for this place to address. If the government can concentrate on driving up economic growth for the next 5 years, that will be 5 years well spent for the sake of our fellow citizens, businesses and, of course, public services. But to do that, we must confront and address the fact that earnings and employment growth in Scotland are lagging behind the rest of the UK. As my colleague Daniel Johnson already laid out, the Scottish Fiscal Commission project that in 2026 and 2027 alone, that economic performance gap will be £785 million. That is a reality that we need to confront. It cannot be wished away, and populists of various political stripes have ill-served our people and our economy by pretending otherwise. We also need government to recognise the convening power that it does possess. Business rates is a key example of where this government should be a much more constructive partner with businesses, in contrast to the track record of the last few years, with reliefs not passed on in full and a recent damaging revaluation acknowledged by many across the chamber. And even as AI and technology play an ever greater role in the economy, we simply cannot deliver economic growth without recognising that it is people who make our economy turn. As a proud trade unionist and GMB member, an interest which I will happily declare now, I know that that is the case. There are huge skills shortages in our economy. But there are also huge numbers of people, particularly young people, as others have said, who are not currently in education, employment or training. There is huge untapped potential in our economy that I feel this government is not doing enough to unlock. This is undoubtedly a time of economic transition, as others have said, primarily in our energy sector, but of course with impacts for the wider economy. Colleges should be in prime position to work with businesses and support those transitions by training and retraining workers. But instead, over the last parliamentary session, the SNP cut college funding by 20%. The Scottish Funding Council now estimates that 22 out of Scotland's 24 colleges are not sustainable. Just when our economy, businesses and workers need colleges the most, colleges the length and breadth of Scotland are having to cut costs, let staff go and scale back. Yesterday, I met with Forth Valley College Principal Kenny McInnes at the college's... happily.
I thank Jenny Young for taking the intervention. Many of the colleges that I speak to in the constituency are citing the employer national insurance contribution by a Labour government as one of the reasons that they are not investing into their people and also employees and skills. I'm wondering what the representation that the member is going to make to the UK government to scrap that.
So the member will be well aware that when we inherited the financial and economic mess that the Tories left in 2024, we had to make difficult decisions to fund the NHS and to fund public services.
No credibility.
And I'm sure she will agree with me that actually it is this government that has done the most damage to our colleges. 20% cut to funding in 5 years. How are they supposed to fix that? I would ask that question to the member. So, as I say, I met with Forth Valley College Principal Kenny McInnes at the college's campus in Falkirk yesterday. That campus has long specialised in construction and engineering, which are two vital sectors for our economy nationally, but also locally in my region with the proximity to Grangemouth. Now, if this government's talk of a just transition and economic growth meant anything, they would not be seeing the college nearest to Grangemouth forced to scale back at this critical moment for the region I represent. The injection of funding from the Scottish Government in the 26-27 budget did not repair the damage done to Scotland's colleges by that 20% cut, and a spending review promising flat cash, which is in reality a cut, gives no light at the end of the tunnel for Scotland's colleges. If the Scottish Government is serious about growing Scotland's economy, and I sincerely hope that it is, then colleges must not be left to wither on the vine. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Stuart McMillan to be followed by Laura Mitchell.
Very much, Presiding Officer. Without a successful economy, we really are going to struggle to deal with the many challenges that the country actually faces. Of course, Scotland currently has limited powers, but without the powers of a normal, independent nation, there will always be limitations placed upon this government. However, with the powers that we do have, the Scottish Government, the SNP Scottish Government, actually has delivered a great deal. Since 2007, GDP and productivity growth in Scotland has outpaced the rest of the UK. Scotland is the top destination in the UK for foreign direct investment outside of London for the 10th year running, according to EY's latest attractiveness study. In 2025, Edinburgh, this city, outperformed London for the first time, and thanks to the sustained focus by the SNP through policies like TechScaler, Scotland is by far the fastest growing start-up economy in the UK and one of the fastest growing in Europe.
Rachel Hamilton.
Scotland actually ranks 8th out of the UK in FDI. Can the member clarify if he means that the number of projects being invested in is the highest, not the economic delivery financially?
Stuart McMillan.
No, I think certainly I'm not going to stand here and do the research for Rachel Hamilton. I'm sure Rachel Hamilton can actually go and do the research herself. But, Presiding Officer, every MSP should actually welcome this information, these facts. Presiding Officer, the SNP have never, ever lacked ambition for this country. And that's why we actually want independence, to fully harness the opportunity and also the potential. But once again, within the limitations of devolution, establishing and maintaining the small business bonus scheme has actually been vital. The FSB Scotland supports it, and 98% of private sector businesses in Scotland benefit from it. But I absolutely welcome the commitment that non-domestic rates, that system will be realigned with businesses like Amazon actually paying their fair share and contributing to communities. It's a point that Daniel Johnson touched upon earlier regarding businesses and profits, and I agree with him on that particular point. Now, given Amazon used to operate in my constituency, I know how important the jobs actually were for my constituents, but also know how the community was so badly let down by them when they left. The same can be said for EE when they left Greenock in recent years, and also profitable Cigna Healthcare. They've recently announced some job losses in Greenock and also Glasgow. The galling thing about this in particular is the fact that some of these jobs are already being advertised in other countries. But despite these two companies leaving and also the Cigna Healthcare information, the Scottish Government actually has helped safeguard and create jobs in Inverclyde. This kind of touches upon the Green Amendment that Patrick Harvie spoke about regarding the government action. When Texas Instruments announced their intention to leave the profitable Greenock site, the Scottish Government worked with its agencies and also Inverclyde Council to find a buyer. They put together a £40 million package to help safeguard highly skilled jobs and also brought diodes to the table, who also invested significantly. These jobs remain locally. The Scottish Government has also helped Ferguson Marine, and notwithstanding some of the utter nonsense spoken and written about the yard, the undeniable fact is the yard remains open, the jobs are saved, more apprenticeships have been created, and the yard has a future. These two investments alone have actually helped my local community and economy. But investing in our homegrown businesses is absolutely crucial, as is inward investment. And this is yet another reason why that the Scottish Government having offices in other nations is so important. So when considering investment, the easy option is to focus on cities. And like Liam MacArthur, I've already taken an intervention, and like Liam MacArthur, who quite rightly touched upon the points regarding island and rural communities, which I absolutely agree with him on, I think there's also aspects regarding places like mine, the post-industrial towns with some villages that also, there may well be that expectation that we should also be commuters to Glasgow. I don't think we should all be commuters to a city. There's an economic opportunity with the West College Scotland Greenock campus being at the centre of that. Now, Karen Adam touched upon this in her comments. Now, we've got a college building that's long past its sell-by date. However, there is a cross-party willingness and consensus locally to work together to find a solution to deliver college infrastructure to drive the economic change. So this is about assisting, not about the government stepping in. This will ensure Inverclyde is sustainable, assisting more people into employment and upskilling more of my constituents. A creative solution has actually been discussed, and these options will now be going to the SFC. And I feel I support the college and the ambition, and also will continue my engagement with the Scottish Government on this. Successful local economies do come in many guises, and the creative regeneration in my constituency are also an example of a scale who are using the arts, culture, heritage and science to both engage and educate, in addition to improving economic opportunities. The biggest project by far is the purchase of the Glebe, part of a former sugar refinery, to turn it into a multi-use creative space, which will also be a great economic driver. Now, this type of community regeneration is ambitious, but also deliverable. There's much more I can say about Inverclyde's economic challenges and also opportunities, but I know that we generally are at a turning point. So from 1980s Tory decimation of the shipbuilding industry, and people were forced to leave to go on their bike and go and find somewhere else to get a job, there is now a real economic opportunity of regeneration in Inverclyde with the college at its heart. Thank you.
I call Laura Mitchell to be followed by Lloyd Melville.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak in this debate and to have the chance to share some reflections on the key economic challenges and opportunities in my own constituency. Every member in this chamber will have had countless conversations with constituents who feel the economy just isn't working for them. Wages are not keeping up with inflation, energy costs in an energy-rich nation are soaring, and home ownership is out of reach for far too many young people. So people look around and they see a UK economic model that is broken, and the impact is felt by workers, public services and businesses in Moray and right across the country. Of course, the context is important, and as the Cabinet Secretary set out, in recent times, households and businesses have lived through an unprecedented number of unprecedented events. 15 years of Tory austerity, Brexit, a global pandemic, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the Liz Truss mini-budget, and now events in the Middle East. Sure.
Liam Kerr.
Lived through the appalling SNP rates regime, and the FSB say that the most recent rates revaluation has seen significant increases to bills, and it is urgent that the eligibility thresholds are revisited. Does the member agree, and if so, will she urge the government to do so?
Laura Mitchell.
The member would have a little patience. I'm going to come on to non-domestic rates further on in my remarks. I'll carry on. And as household costs have soared, so too has the cost of doing business. Inflation and energy costs are obviously a key driver, but businesses across Moray tell me that so too are UK government economic choices. The hike in employers' national insurance contributions is a tax on jobs, and employers large and small are feeling the pain. Hostile immigration policies are leading to skills shortages in key sectors in my rural communities. Increases in duty on Scotch whisky is a policy that specifically prevents investment and growth in Speyside, the region that I represent. And hospitality businesses are struggling to cope with the 20% rate of VAT, something that Faith Holding of Scribbles in my constituency has been campaigning hard on and deserves great credit for. And I note my colleague Alan Smith has tabled a motion on this issue, and I hope that members across the chamber will get behind that motion. Despite these challenges, businesses in Moray have shown remarkable resilience and ambition. Businesses in my community want to invest, they want to grow, they want to create more jobs. In a challenging environment, business owners in Moray are working together to do just that. And in that vein, I welcome the Government's commitment to rebalance the non-domestic rate system. Whilst the relief on offer in Scotland is the most generous in the UK, many businesses do feel the current system deters them from growing and can be complex to navigate. So reviewing the system would be a boost for businesses, high streets and town centres up and down the country, and I look forward to discussing that with the Government in the weeks and months ahead. But as well as challenges, Scotland has tremendous opportunities. The economic opportunities of the transition to cleaner energy are enormous, and as set out by my local Chamber of Commerce in its ambitious business plan for Moray, our region wants to be at the heart of that. Not only do we have an abundance of natural resources on our doorstep, but we also have incredible expertise in our offshore and supply chain workforce. Many of my constituents have worked for decades offshore and have the skills required to make a huge contribution to the businesses of the future. It is therefore deeply regrettable that the UK Government's continued policy of the hated energy profits levy continues to cost thousands of jobs per month in the North East. The First Minister's renewed focus on growing Scotland's economy and building on what the SNP in government has already delivered, as Stuart McMillan eloquently set out, and I'm particularly interested to see how plans to empower regional economic partnerships develop and how this can lead to strategic investment in rural communities like mine. Of course, creating the prosperous country we all want to see would be considerably more easy if this Parliament had the full economic levers of an independent country. But I know that this new government will use the powers of this Parliament to drive forward its ambitious agenda for Scotland, to ensure we're building an economy that can support strong public services and, crucially, building an economy that people feel works for them.
I call Lloyd Melville to be followed by Heather Anderson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As the Cabinet Secretary set out, Scotland has never lacked ideas and ambition. We have world-class universities, skilled workers, energy, science, engineering and creativity. Across this country, people are building things of real value. Now, the question is not whether Scotland can create, it's whether Scotland can turn what we create into real growth. The countries that succeed don't leave growth to chance. They choose where they can lead. Then they build the markets, the skills and the industrial muscle to make it happen. That is how ideas become industries and ambition becomes national wealth. Now, there is a quiet danger in our economy. Scotland could become the place where new ideas are born, but not where their value is owned, where companies start, where invention happens, but wealth moves elsewhere. Presiding Officer, Scotland's scale-up firms make up a small share of our business base, but together they employ almost 250,000 people and generate more than £60 billion in turnover, according to Scale Up Britain. No, thank you. If we are serious about growth, we cannot only ask how many firms start here, we must ask how many grow here, decide here and build wealth here. A business that begins here in Scotland should not have to leave Scotland to become world-class. And Scotland should not settle for a future of insecure gig work while the real value is owned elsewhere. Growth must mean skilled jobs, secured work and industries rooted here in Scotland. Now, offshore wind shows what is at stake. Scotland has the resource, the skills and the industrial inheritance to lead the next energy age. But turbines in Scottish waters are not the same as wealth in Scotland's hands. If the value work is designed elsewhere, built elsewhere and owned elsewhere, then Scotland will have hosted the opportunity while others captured the prize. Now, Presiding Officer, that is why Scotland needs the discipline to capture the economic opportunities ahead of us. We need to make Scotland impossible for investors to ignore. Private capital doesn't move simply because politicians ask nicely. It moves when firms have customers, revenue and a clear route to growth. And public capital should help us share risk, give confidence and put larger funds into Scottish deals. And yes, we should ask why more of Scotland's long-term capital, like pension funds, are not backing our long-term ambition. Government must also become a better first customer. The public sector buys billions of pounds of goods and services every year. That's not just administration, it's economic power. So when the NHS buys technology, when councils retrofit homes, when public bodies invest in digital systems, we should all be asking, how does this help a Scottish firm to prove itself? Every public pound should work twice. Once to buy the service we need, and then again to build the economy that we want. And we must build the places where firms can grow. A company can't expand without space, homes for workers, and the planning and infrastructure to match their ambition. Ardersier, Nig and Kishorn show what that means in practice. Ports, power, land, skills and supply chains ready to receive investment and generate growth. Now, Presiding Officer, of course, Scotland does not yet control every lever of the economy. And when a £1.5 billion investment in wind turbine manufacturing can be blocked by the UK Government, we are reminded that even Scotland's industrial opportunities depend on decisions taken elsewhere. Now, those limits are real, but limits must never become a habit of mind. Devolution gives us tools, but independence would give us the full toolbox. No one should mistake the constraints of devolution for an excuse to think small. With the powers we have, we can put investment behind ambition, make public money work harder and turn buying power into economic strength. In closing, Presiding Officer, the future will not belong to the countries that simply host the transition. It will belong to the countries that build it. Scotland must be one of them, not just a country of invention, a country of industry. Not just firms that start here, but firms that scale here. Not just wealth created in Scotland, wealth held in Scotland. That is how we will create the dynamic, growing economy that Scotland needs. Thank you.
We now move to the final speech in the open debate, and I call Heather Anderson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As one of the few people in this chamber who's run a medium-sized business for 15 years, I just want to start by expressing my admiration and support for everybody in Scotland who's had the courage and determination to start up and run a business. As everyone out there who knows what it takes to cover the wages every month knows, we've certainly withstood enormous shocks since the financial crash in 2008. We've traded through the economic disaster of Brexit. We were dragged out of the world's largest free market against our will. My food business imported fresh fruit and veg every week, and we certainly felt the impact. The UK now has the unique distinction of being the first country in the world to impose economic sanctions on itself. Like other food businesses, we then traded through COVID and somehow came out the other side. Now, we sold a farm a few years ago, but my heart still stopped when I heard Rachel Reeves announce the employer's national insurance hikes, because I knew immediately how that affected the bottom line of every hospitality and retail business in Scotland. And now we're going through another wave of energy price spikes, and I applaud everything our government is doing to continue to support medium and small businesses and large businesses across Scotland. But, Presiding Officer, the focus of my contribution in today's debate is the huge opportunity Scotland's economy has been given with the vast renewable resources it has. In such an uncertain world, homegrown renewable energy is our path to energy security, more affordable bills, long-term economic growth and environmental resilience. Having won the energy lottery yet again, Scotland's renewable sector already supports 24,000 jobs, and every gigawatt of new offshore wind capacity delivers around £2 to £3 billion to the economy. Renewable energy production has tripled in the last 10 years, and renewable energy is now one of the cheapest and fastest ways to generate energy at scale. I'm very conscious of the time, so I'll continue. That's because our natural resources aren't globally traded or subject to volatile price hikes. New onshore wind is now half the cost of new gas, and new offshore wind is 40% cheaper. Yes, right now the price of electricity is coupled to the price of gas, and that makes electricity artificially costly. And of course, with the powers of independence, we could act on energy pricing for the benefit of the people in Scotland. Yes, I'll take the intervention.
Duncan Massey.
Just on your claim there that renewables are an extremely cheap form of energy, perhaps you could explain why the current CFD costs for offshore wind are currently sitting at £95 per megawatt hour, which is significantly higher than the market price of gas.
My statistics are taken from reports from the industry which explained those costs. I'm not working in the industry, so I can't answer your question directly, but I'm relying on reliable resources who gave me those prices from the industry. As I said before, with the powers of independence, we could act on energy pricing for the benefit of people in Scotland. And right now, what the sector needs is leadership and the political stability to ensure it will continue to attract long-term investment. The SNP has provided and will continue to provide that stability and leadership. But, Presiding Officer, the success of our energy sector must be determined not just by how many turbines we install. It must be evidenced in the skilled workforce and industry the industry nurtures, and the number of households living in warmer homes and paying lower bills. In Dundee, a company called Whole Life Consultants Limited have used some really smart modelling to work out that it would take 15,990 person years to deliver all the interventions Dundee needs. They've worked out just how many tilers, brickies, carpenters, joiners, scaffolders, plasterers, roofers, painters, surveyors, electricians, glaziers, architects, staff, managers and professional staff you need to get the job done. And that job in Dundee is installing the insulation, replacing the windows and boilers, fitting the solar and PV panels, installing the smart decarbonised energy systems we need. It will transform people's quality of life, and if we're able to take advantage of this opportunity, it's real work for about 1,600 people a year going forward, and that's jobs that Dundee could do with. To give you a sense of that scale, if we had to do it, it would take all of the MSPs in this chamber 120 years, or probably much longer, because we don't have any of the necessary skill set. But thankfully, our job is to set the direction of travel and let other organisations address the skills shortage. And here in Dundee, I think I'm in Dundee all the time, Dundee and Angus College is one of those key institutions. They're doing the real job of ensuring that the future workforce is ready. They enrol around 800 students a year in construction, engineering and building services. They've worked out that the skills you need to be a mechanical engineer are equally applicable to maintaining wind turbines. Working closely with industry partners like Vestas, the college is now ensuring that their students' skills are fully compatible with and transferable to offshore wind technology. and they have diversified their courses to ensure their students are achieving the mandatory qualifications they need to work offshore. This is real work in the real world. Presiding Officer, if Scotland is to remain a global leader in renewable energy, we must continue to support institutions like Dundee and Angus College, who are quietly doing the hard work of turning ambition into reality, developing the technicians, engineers and skilled professionals who will power our future economy. I fully support the motion and all the SNP government is doing to continue to grow Scotland's economy.
We now move to the closing speeches. I call Willie Rennie. 4 minutes, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I welcome Stephen Flynn to his new position. If the Chamber is good enough to elect me as convener of the Transport Committee, I look forward to him coming before that very committee. The transport will be a key part of growing the economy, so I look forward to that partnership approach, which I'm sure we will be able to endeavour towards. One of the things that frustrates me about debates on the economy is when everybody trades their own statistics. And I think what we should agree is, of course, we can pick stats that favour our argument over the other. We can show that the UK is better than Scotland, or Scotland's better than the UK, or the best in the world, or best on the universe. I'm not sure which way it is or how it benefits us at all, because I think what's most important is we recognise we need to do better. Because Karen Adam was right. It's how people feel that what really matters, and the people of Buckie want to feel better. The fact that only half of the electorate turned out to vote in this election was a clear indication they didn't think this place was working for them. So we need to do better, no matter what the stats say, because the stats only really try to prove that we are right politically. It doesn't benefit anybody's life. So let's focus on actually trying to make an improvement. Change approach is what is going to be required. And I think the first one is around about that detail matters. And I am increasingly convinced the glitzier the offer, the less convincing that it will be and the less meaningful it will be in delivering actual change. And I think the Minister was right when he highlighted about predictability and certainty, and it was something that I think Daniel Johnson alighted on as well. Businesses want to know what's expected of them. They don't have time to look through every single press release that government issues to find out whether this is real change or just a repeat of a previous statement or a spin on a previous announcement that actually doesn't mean anything different from what has been agreed before. So let's have a bit of boring predictability so that businesses know what's expected of them and they can get on with what they do best, which is run their businesses rather than try to second-guess what the government's doing. The second one is which Daniel Johnson was absolutely right about, which is around about profit. And we should not be squeamish about profit. Profit's a good thing, because profit, like when my dad was in business, profit was invested right back into the business to grow it and provide a better service for the community in which those businesses were serving. So let's not be squeamish about this. Let's recognise we can't achieve any of this by ourselves. Government is not all-powerful. The private sector is playing an important role in delivering economic growth, so let's work together in partnership. Let's have a strategy that works together. The next change of approach that we require is to accept, and sometimes this chamber hasn't accepted it, that work is good. Work is a good thing. People should be striving towards working. There's no shame in the fact that you can't work, but if you can work, you should work. And you should pay taxes because that's good for society. You should participate in society. And then the next one, and this, again, this Parliament's had some blind spots on it, is certain sectors, again, they feel a bit squeamish about. Now, I went down to see Babcock at Rosyth just recently. 3,000 workers there now. The place is absolutely buzzing, really buzzing. Now, when I was the MP for West Fife, at the height of the construction of the aircraft carriers, they had 1,500 workers. It's double that now. We should celebrate that. Good young apprentices getting good jobs to defend this country. And I think that's an important factor. We need defence in this country, and therefore we should celebrate the fact that Scotland has got many great defence businesses that we should be supporting, and we should say it loudly and clearly that we are with them. And then energy. Energy, We have flip-flopped all over the place, depending on what the international challenge is, whether it's on price or security or whether we're on the climate. Let's have consistency. So again, businesses know what is expected of them, rather than constantly changing depending on what the political winds are. So we need to have pragmatism, and we need to have an approach that works. Now, I think there's various levers this government has got that it can use and use effectively, and I thought Lloyd Melville, in an excellent contribution, highlighted exactly the power of procurement. Now, that covers housing, it covers all the areas round about the education, universities. All of that are great political levers. So let's use all of them to grow the economy of this country, because then together, by hunting for agreement, we can get economic growth to help those very people in Buckie that Karen Adam talks about.
Thank you. Can I call Craig Hoy? 4 minutes, please, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And can I yet again welcome Stephen Flynn to the Chamber and to thank him for his maiden speech. When he posed the rhetorical question as to why he'd come here, I think some people did think that he came here because he wanted to be a very large fish in a very small pond after his period in Westminster, the SNP's very own Andy Burnham. And I think he got off to a good start here, perhaps not the great white shark that he hoped to be in these waters, not a sprat, not a minnow, but I think there is still some work to do, because what he could and should have done during that speech was to apologise for some of the issues that arose in this Parliament in the last Parliament that seriously impeded Scotland's ability to compete globally and to grow our own economy. Principally to apologise for the ongoing presumption against oil and gas, which is resulting in thousands of jobs, month after month, being lost in this sector. Now, when he said, obviously, that, and other SNP MSPs repeat this, that we introduced the energy profits levy, yes, we did during a period of excess profits. But let's bear in mind the SNP wanted us to go further and faster, and Labour, when they came into office, sought to extend it when we were ready to wind it down. So there is only one party in this chamber that is committed to growing our economy through growing our oil and gas sector, and that is the Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party. Mr Flynn could and should have apologised for the damage done to the hospitality sector during the last Parliament, when in budget after budget the SNP took funds from Westminster to provide rates relief to the struggling hospitality sector and instead diverted that into other areas. Mr Flynn could have and should have apologised to our island communities, because of a corruption of the procurement process meant that many of our communities still are deprived of those lifeline ferries, and the economic damage that this will do as we go into high season again. He could and should have apologised to the Scottish licensing and the brewing sector for the damage that was done through, for example, the botched deposit return scheme and the ongoing problems that we're seeing because of the seeds of doubt that the SNP are sowing within that sector. And as the Minister sits down with businesses across Scotland, what he now could and should do, if he wants to restore their trust in Scotland as a place where they will invest, is to listen seriously to their concerns, because I think their concerns are very, very clear. When it comes to recruiting the best staff from the United Kingdom and around the world, that damaging tax differential between Scotland and the rest of the UK is a fundamental issue. When it comes to the skills mismatch in our economy, which year after year the SNP has ducked, he could sit down with business and horizon scan to see really what should Scotland's colleges be producing. When he talks about deregulation and the planning system, rather than giving us simply an open and honest answer to say, let's talk about it, the SNP, after 19 and 20 years in government, should have some big and bold ideas. And when it comes to removing red tape, the SNP could and should do what it has said in the past, which is to reduce the size of the state. And we will watch closely to see if Ivan McKee can do that. Now, we heard some other interesting contributions today. Lloyd Melville, I think, who's not in his place, Lloyd Melville quite rightly identified the huge pool of capital that we potentially could have within Scottish public sector pension funds. And I would encourage the Minister to look to Quebec and Ottawa to see how global investment is coming to Scotland through, for example, those Canadian state and teachers' pension funds. But ultimately, none of this is rocket science. And as my colleague Rachel Hamilton said, a low-tax, deregulated economy where we take government off businesses' back and start to deliver true economic growth is within our reach. But it requires a realisation that economic growth is good in and of itself, Mr Harvie, and that's something that we should continue to bang the drum for. So ultimately, if we want Scotland to prosper now and into the future, we have to tackle the burden of taxation, we have to tackle the burden of red tape, we have to ensure that the government is off businesses' back, and ultimately we should support our homegrown businesses like our hospitality sector and Scotland's oil and gas sector.
Thank you. Just to inform the Chamber, we have received apologies from Lloyd Melville, so he has permission to leave the Chamber. Could I please call Christopher Lees up to 6 minutes, please?
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I begin by declaring an interest as a member of Orkney Islands Council and welcoming the Cabinet Secretary to post. As has been covered by my colleague Patrick Harvie, all too often when we talk about growth in the economy, we're not precise enough. Not all economic growth is equal, and not all investment delivers positive outcomes. Too often, economic success is simply seen as a volume of investment, or, as Willie Rennie said, our obsession with statistics. Important questions need to be asked about our economy. Who owns it, who benefits from it, and who controls where those profits are going? And I thought Karen Adam reflected very aptly on this in terms of inclusive growth in the right places and for the right reason. That's what's essential to building a fairer and more prosperous country that takes communities along with us. Strong track records of enterprise and innovation in communities across Scotland already exist, and this is not the same as unchecked foreign direct investment or multinational ownership of our economy and our assets. Does our future lie in an economy of extraction, or is it one built on community wealth creation and resilience building? Community organisations across the country already own businesses, land, energy production, housing, harbours, the list goes on. Community groups are already creating jobs, providing services, enhancing resilience and stimulating economic activity, often where it is hardest for government to do so. They do so more efficiently, with greater local benefit and at remarkable value to the public purse. They achieve this despite barriers to financing, ownership and decision-making power. The challenge is not a lack of economic opportunity or potential, and I agree with the Cabinet Secretary on that. However, one big challenge we do face is too much leakage out with our economy. The Centre for Local Economies Scotland report Blown Away, following the money in Scotland's onshore wind sector, shows the extent of this situation. It shows the extent of profit generation in our rural and island communities versus how much they are benefiting, and that inequity is not sustainable. And all the while, it shows that hundreds of millions of pounds are flowing into offshore tax havens. When it comes to profit being generated already, which by the government's own best practice communities are entitled to a share of, the figures are also stark. Government guidance suggests community benefit payments should be around £5,000 per installed megawatt index linked. Yet across 261 operational wind farms, the report found that actual payments averaged just £3,167 per megawatt. By contrast, community-owned wind farms delivered the equivalent of over £260,000 per megawatt. That's nearly 83 times more value flowing back into communities and local economies, back into projects by the community, for the community, be it housing, job creation, health and wellbeing initiatives, transport. All of these are saving the government money and delivering services on their behalf. And that's the difference that ownership of our economy makes. And I agree there's a balance to be struck, and we have to be pragmatic about what we're able to deliver and work in partnership. But we are nowhere near that balancing point yet, and government must recognise that in laying out its vision for our economy. We have an excellent opportunity to find that balance and work in partnership in the issue of repowering. Scotland's first-generation wind farms are approaching the end of their operational lives, yet less than 1% of Scotland's existing onshore wind capacity is community-owned. We have an opportunity here not simply to replace ageing turbines, but to rethink ownership and create generational economic impact and structural change in our economy. We can ensure that the next generation of energy infrastructure delivers benefits for our local and national economies. The recent report by Equitable Energy showed in detail the scale of opportunity. The case for getting behind this as an economic opportunity is clear. These sites have roads, grid connections, planning histories and proven resource and capacity factors. And repowering and the economic gains that can be made from them can be made quicker and more efficiently. Likewise, the increase in generation possible to us with repowering exists with modern technology and turbine technology moving on. This year we'll see the first opportunities to repower inclusively and strategically on Forestry Land Scotland sites. Government must get behind this and ensure that these first-generation sites are delivered effectively with longer-term mass repowering options available to us. This, of course.
Liam MacArthur.
I'm very grateful to Christopher Leeskin and would echo, I think, all of the comments he's made today. Would he also accept that in terms of that repowering or in terms of genuine community benefit, this can only be derived where communities have the skills they need in order to drive forward those projects, and therefore the investment, particularly in colleges, is absolutely crucial?
Christopher Leesk.
Yes, no, I quite agree, and I think the broader point that Liam MacArthur makes around community capacity and resourcing is really crucial. When communities are entering into these engagements with developers, they're facing often quite technical, legalistic financial discussions that many are understandably not prepared for. And what we've seen historically has been a postcode lottery of communities who have the existing capacities and volunteers, often those who are retired and have the time to take on the substantial roles. We've seen them excel and others get left behind. There's a piece of work that we must do to broaden out that, and I know that the government welcome that as well, I hope. There are significant barriers to repowering as we stand, however. MPF4 as it stands is inadequate. We need additional guidance that unlocks repowering and provides clarity and certainty to developers and community groups alike. Our strategic spatial energy plan needs to reflect our repowering potential and understand the opportunity ahead of us, and we must update our onshore wind policy statement with a strategic focus on repowering so we can deliver that potential. As we look ahead to the next 5 but also 25 years for our economy, let's make the right choices about growth and where our priorities lie. This Parliament has the chance to create generational change and transform the relationship between energy, our economy and our communities, and I'd urge the Cabinet Secretary to work with us and do so. Thank you.
Colgrave Simpson, up to 7 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. It's good to be making my first speech of this session. Members might be thinking, I wish she'd waited a little longer. Now, I've asked a few questions in the chamber and I've got used to being shouted at by the Cabinet Secretary, who I warmly welcome to his new role. I do hope that his somewhat robust approach to business in the Parliament doesn't translate into how he goes about what is a very serious and wide-ranging portfolio. And though I spoke too soon there, Presiding Officer, he's at it already. But he should know that I'm not really interested in these antics. I would rather have, Mr Flynn, a constructive dialogue with you over the years. And if, like his predecessor in transport, he wants to listen to my ideas, then he might get some credit if he introduces some of them. That may help with any future ambitions that he may harbour. I don't know what they may be. Now, the Cabinet Secretary's motion, I have to say, it's surprisingly encouraging. It talks about growth and how that is key to delivering prosperity and improving public services. That's a good start. But unfortunately, there's no admission of the SNP's failures caused by its high tax, high regulation approach backed by their pals in the Scottish Greens. Mr Flynn will no doubt have had a flurry of meetings with people, perhaps trying to squeeze them in before he abandons ship and hence to America. And if he's met representatives of the tourism and hospitality sectors, he will have been left in no doubt that they want help. Parts of the sector so vital to the economy of this country is on its knees. Tourism levies won't help, and sky-high business rates are more likely to lead to businesses closing when we should be aiming for the opposite. The hospitality sector is crying out for business rates reform, and it needs to happen quickly. Action on business rates is also vital to rejuvenating our high streets. According to the Scottish Retail Consortium, shops occupying medium-sized and larger premises in Scotland are set to face £162 million more in business rates over the next 3 years than their equivalent size counterparts down south. Smaller stores liable for the basic and intermediate property rates will benefit from the Scottish Government's new retail, hospitality and leisure sectors rates relief, and that's welcome, but the poundage rates will still be above those levied in England, while the amount that can be claimed will be capped, unlike in England. So it's a real issue. Presiding Officer, perhaps when Stephen Flynn is on his jolly stateside, he might check out the transport system there, because in many parts of the world, in fact, in many parts of Britain, transport systems are light years ahead of where we are in Scotland. Our transport system is not digitally connected. We need to have multimodal smart ticketing. The technology exists and it's being used elsewhere on these aisles. I'd be happy to talk to Mr Flynn about that, and I recommend that he gets out and about over the summer, and when he returns, he meets with the government's Smart Ticketing Advisory Board and asks them what the hold-up is. I would go a bit further than that, but politeness precludes me, Presiding Officer, from saying what I really think about that. Now, digital connectivity is an ask of the Scottish Tourism Alliance, as is a call for a Scottish tourism and hospitality growth plan. We need to have one, and it needs to lead to action. The Scottish Tourism Alliance set the government a number of challenges in its first 100 days, its first year, and over this parliamentary term. We have their first ask for the first 100 days, a dedicated named Cabinet Secretary, and let's hope Mr Flynn can deliver. I've already mentioned their second ask, accelerating business rates reform, but thirdly, they want to see the government commit to no new regulatory and tax burdens on businesses or any policies that negatively impact on Scotland's competitiveness. And instead, they ask the Scottish Government and MSPs to proactively partner with the sector to identify, shape and deliver a new set of ambitious policies to support the industry to grow in a sustainable and responsible way. Now, all this may go against the grain for the SNP, but maybe Mr Flynn can surprise us. In the first year, they want to see that growth plan that I mentioned. They also want to see the Scottish Government identify a multi-year funding package for Visit Scotland, Event Scotland and destination management organisations. They're being realistic in wanting better transport over the course of this Parliament. I would act quicker, but Transport Scotland does not work at pace, as most of us know, so perhaps we'll have to wait. Presiding Officer, Duncan Massey's amendment retains much of the Cabinet Secretary's motion, but adds the rather obvious line that lower taxes lead to growth. Lower taxes lead to more revenue, and that's something that a previous Finance Secretary failed to grasp, and all others since, and it's holding Scotland back. Now, I've listened with interest to the contributions of other members, including Mr Flynn, of course, who did mention independence, but he also mentioned having a quicker planning system without saying how we'd actually achieve that. Daniel Johnson mentioned the same. I would refer to Jenny Young, who has visited Forth Valley College this week, as have I, and she will have heard about the threat to our college sector from underfunding over a period of years by the SNP. This has to stop. Scotland's economy must grow in order to pay for the public services that we all need. We need a coherent cross-sectoral plan to achieve this, one that doesn't hammer businesses and individuals with more regular and high tax. Scotland needs to become more competitive than England. In short, Scotland needs reform.
Thank you. I now call Paul Sweeney. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and it's a pleasure to close this debate on behalf of the Scottish Labour Party, and I welcome the Cabinet Secretary to his place and for making a fine maiden speech. I think we certainly are agreed on the ends, the objective for our country and the interests of its people. I think the question of this debate is turned on how best to achieve and affect those outcomes that we all want. Opportunity and potential were the words that were most frequently repeated in speeches this afternoon. And I think those are really significant concerns that face the people of this country, certainly reflected in the recent election, as members have mentioned. A deep sense of alienation in the country today, a deep sense of injustice in the country today. And I think to the words of Donald Dewar, the late great Donald Dewar, when he
opened the Parliament in his first speech here, that he looked forward to the days ahead when this chamber will sound with debate, argument and passion, when men and women from all over Scotland will meet to work together for a future built from the first principles of social justice. And I think social justice is at the heart of what we're talking about today when we consider economic growth and how best that serves the interests of the people we represent. GDP, gross domestic product, is a simple enough equation. Consumption plus investment plus government expenditure plus exports minus imports. But behind that is a question of who benefits from that equation and who owns the proceeds of the growth and the activity. The main factor in that equation that the government deals with is, of course, government expenditure. And I thought there were a number of thoughtful speeches, notably from the member for Angus South, who noted that government expenditure, government procurement could do a lot more. It could work a lot harder for the people of Scotland, and I think that's something that we would certainly want to encourage. In the last statistics that I've seen, £8.9 billion of public expenditure in 22-23, but only around half of that spent in Scotland itself, generating the multiplier effect that could benefit Scotland's people. If I can translate that into a practical example from the industry that I worked in shipbuilding, and I know the member for Inverclyde has a strong interest in that and reflected in his speech too. Whilst we have a shipbuilding industry we are proud of in this country, we could achieve a lot more with the purchasing power of the Scottish Government. So significant amounts of shipbuilding contracts going overseas to Turkey, to China and to Poland. And one of the main reasons why that's happening is because the government hasn't put in place the financial mechanisms for Scottish shipyards to front finance shipbuilding contracts. Therefore, they're not able to compete to win that business. That's something that could be easily fixed with a joined-up approach, and I hope it's something the government will look at, and it's certainly something I appealed to the Cabinet Secretary's predecessor, Kate Forbes, to look at when she was in government. I hope we can make progress in this session. And it turns back to a point that was raised in a number of speeches as well, the thwarted potential of our people. The 500,000 people who are locked out of work in Scotland, a great unused capital of human potential. I remember thinking to another great shipbuilder in Scotland, Jimmy Reid, at his funeral. There was a fantastic speech that Billy Connolly made in a eulogy when he was with Jimmy Reid. He was talking about how they passed a high-rise block of flats in Glasgow, and he was saying that behind every one of those windows was a Nobel Prize-winning chemist or an Olympic athlete that was going to win the gold medal, but they never got the chance because from birth they were denied the opportunities. And I think that comes back to the point we made in a number of speeches about colleges, the 20% cut to colleges and the inability to connect up educational opportunities for people. And I see that certainly in the industry I worked in shipbuilding, where we're seeing lots of contractors coming in from all around the world to work in Scotland shipyards because we simply can't get the labour, the skilled labour into the yards to do the jobs needed. And it's tragic because we're seeing lots of lost potential, lots of lost jobs elsewhere in the Scottish economy. So getting that joined up and that connected in an efficient and effective way is really important. And I think that's a good target for the government in the coming years. Let's make that government expenditure work harder to unlock investment and grow the economic base, the tax base, improve consumption and even promote exports around the world, which will all contribute to positive economic growth. But I think it's also important to reflect the speeches that were made elsewhere in the Chamber about the nature of foreign ownership in Scotland. So around 6% of Scotland's wealth is actually taken out of the country in extractive investments which are rent-seeking, take wealth out of Scotland. And I think it's important to recognise that greater ownership of our economy is important. It's simply saying foreign direct investment is up in Scotland isn't always a good thing. And if I can point to an example in the Cabinet Secretary's own constituency, the Wood Group takeover recently by Dubai-based Sidara is a great shame for Scotland, because Wood Group was one of the great legacies of the North Sea for this country, one of the great industrial champions that we built in Scotland, and to see it lost to foreign ownership in the way it was avoidable and really disappointing. And I did bring suggestions to the government last session about how that could have been solved with the government taking a transitional stake in the business, but that wasn't really listened to. So I think we need to be more interventionist and more active and more agile in protecting Scottish ownership.
Can you wind up, please?
It's a great shame to see the loss of Scottish-owned businesses and industry and potential. So to join some of those themes up, I think that's how the government could work much harder for the interests of the Scottish people. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Stephen Flynn to wind up the debate. 9 minutes, please, Mr Flynn.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. There's a fair few members who've entered the Chamber, so they haven't had the opportunity to perhaps enjoy the lively and spirited debate that we had here this afternoon. And I was particularly struck by the consensus that we managed to achieve, Presiding Officer. I managed to get both Daniel Johnson and Duncan Massey to agree that what we are now proposing was hopeful for the future. I think I even got Patrick Harvie and Duncan Massey to agree on the purpose of taking back control, if I was listening absolutely correctly. Mr Harvie's correcting me in that regard, but of course that might be where the consensus may or may not have ended. And I have to say to Mr Harvie that I know he's desperate to disagree with me, but if you listened to my opening remarks, there was actually a lot upon which we agreed, because I was quite clear in setting out my view that we need an economy that works for absolutely everyone. Indeed, I said that means good jobs and good wages. It means stronger businesses with the opportunity to grow. It means ensuring that the generations that follow our own enjoy better living standards than we do ourselves. And I'm sure he'd agree on that point, as I'm expecting him to do now.
Patrick Harvie.
I'm grateful for that comment, and I hope, if he's right, that we will hear more about the concept of the well-being economy, which we didn't hear much about today. But one thing he was unclear about in his remarks was when he talked about Rosebank, and he blamed environmental assessments, Tory environmental assessments, for having blocked it. Can he confirm? Does he in fact still support what I took to be the Scottish Government's position, that they support environmental assessments and that these projects must pass a climate compatibility test, whatever on earth that actually means? If they're not compatible with climate action, they shouldn't go ahead.
Cabinet Secretary.
So Mr Harvie may have misheard me when I was correcting, I believe it was Mr Hoy earlier on in the debate, because the point I was making to him, because he was complaining about the fact that these projects hadn't gone forward, was simply to highlight the fact that it was his government who'd been in charge in Westminster when they'd been dragged through the courts. And of course we had the Finch ruling in respect of Scope 3 emissions. It was purely a point of clarity for Mr Hoy's benefit. And safe to say he was needing a fair bit of help in respect of clarity earlier on. Indeed. Now we've listened in great detail this afternoon about various aspects of what people would like to happen to Scotland's economy. One of the themes which has cut through that, presiding officer, has been in relation to tax, and the narrative coming from both Reform and the Conservative in relation to that very point. But what they don't recognise, and what they don't posit, and what they don't contribute to that debate is an acknowledgement of the importance of the state being able to contribute when it comes to skills, when it comes to infrastructure, and when it comes to health. That is absolutely fundamental to ensuring that we can secure an economy which is stable, where investors can have confidence, and where we can secure growth. And they would do well to reflect on that moving forward. Where we did get agreement was in relation to renewables. I think myself and Mr Johnson, and indeed many others behind me, were able to talk positively about renewables. And why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we talk positively about that when we recognise the fact that there is billions of pounds worth of investment flowing into Scotland, that there is in excess of 100,000 jobs in that sector alone? That is Scotland looking to the future and trying to capitalise upon the golden ticket that we've been offered a second time in relation to energy. Now, I can see Mr Massey squinting, and the reason he's squinting is because during the election campaign I had the joy of appearing in a hustings with him, where he argued that there was not one single job in Aberdeen related to the renewable sector. Not a single job related to the renewable sector. And I'm very surprised to see a Conservative member is about to try and defend Duncan Massey.
Finlay Carson.
I don't think that was the case. You've misjudged me. What I would like to ask is, what's your view on the thousands of rural constituents who see their rural landscapes being industrialised and being dumping grounds for some of these renewables? What do you say to those communities?
Cabinet Secretary.
I completely reject the assertion from Finlay Carson in respect of a dumping ground. If he'd been in the chamber earlier, he would have heard me speak positively and hopefully about the benefit of farming and fishing and agriculture to Scotland's economy, both now and indeed in the future. Now, he might not want to embrace the fact that ultimately when you produce energy, as Scotland will do, you need to get it from A to B. You need to be able to deliver it to that market. But to use the terms that he's using, he does himself and indeed the renewable sector a complete disservice in that regard. Now, perhaps and I'm finding myself in agreement with Mr Rennie on far too many occasions since I came to this chamber. Perhaps not in regards to the glitz that I think he inferred that we perhaps bring to the debate. Oh, it's Nigel Farage's man. On you go. On you go.
Duncan Massey.
Thank you for again to the intervention. Will the Cabinet Secretary highlight that in AR7, the most recent funding round, the furthest north project was offshore Berwick, which obviously is not going to help the people of the north east of Scotland. And it was also set at a CFD price of £95 per megawatt hour, much higher than market prices, and set at a 20-year contract.
Cabinet Secretary.
I'm not sure there was a question in there, but I think Mr Massey misunderstands the concept of a strike price and a wholesale market price and how that operates in terms of the end user. But I'm very surprised that a member for the North East doesn't understand the fact that supply chains operate right across Scotland, across the energy sector, both within oil and gas and indeed within the renewables space. And I'm sure over the months and years to come, he will learn that. But back to Mr Rennie, I think he made a couple of important points in respect of both profit and indeed in respect of work. I think it was a point also emphasised by Mr Johnson as well. None of us should be wary of talking about the benefit of profit for the very reasons that Mr Rennie outlined, because that's money that's hard-earned, and more often than not for a small and medium-sized enterprise, that's money that's reinvested back into their local communities. And in relation to work, it goes to the heart of the point I was trying to make earlier in my opening remarks with regards to productivity and making sure that we can skill up our workforce, our young people, our people who are out of work, our people who want to change jobs, so that they can contribute in a fashion that delivers for all of us collectively. And I look forward to working with him in that regard. And that boosting productivity is going to be so crucial to what we seek to do in order to grow Scotland's economy. So too will be unlocking investment. So too will be making sure that we champion the industries of the future, whether that's AI, whether that's quantum, or indeed others. It's about making sure that we expand Scotland's global reach, and we will build upon the work that we have done in that regard up till now. And it is, Presiding Officer, about being brave in respect of reforming the system, whether that's the planning system, whether that's a regulatory framework that sits behind it. I like to think we can get common cause and common consensus in that regard, because we must be the Parliament that delivers economic growth for Scotland, because far too many of our people don't know what that feels like. They don't know what that lived experience means to them, their families and their communities. Mr Hoy is tempting me here to allow him in, Presiding Officer, and with your good grace I'd be more than happy to do so.
Craig Hoy.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for giving way, but before he closes, could he respond to Sir Tom Hunter, who said this: "The current state of our nation does not reflect our potential. I have never heard so much disquiet amongst business leaders, paying yet more and more tax with poorer and poorer outcomes." Is that the kind of Scotland he wants to build upon?
Cabinet Secretary.
Fortunately for Mr Hoy, I was in the company of Tom Hunter recently, and what I heard from Tom Hunter was him state that the meeting that he'd had with Scotland's First Minister, I think it was the First Minister's first meeting upon returning to office, was incredibly productive. And we're going to build upon that, and we're going to make sure that individuals like Sir Tom and others within our business community, the innovators, the investors, the entrepreneurs, know that they have a government that's on their side, that's working with them to make sure there's economic growth for Scotland, in Scotland. And, Presiding Officer, I move the motion in my name.
Thank you, Cabinet. Of order.
Presiding Officer, earlier on, Presiding Officer, I failed to register my interests.
Right.
as a shareholder in a hospitality business, and I draw my members to my register of interest. Although, presiding officer, I'm not clear whether the registers of interest have been published, but I'm doing it just in case. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. The deadline is Saturday. Sorry, that concludes the debate on growing Scotland's economy. There are 6 questions to be put as a result of today's business. The first question is Amendment 290.3 in the name of Daniel Johnson, which seeks to amend Motion 290 in the name of Stephen Flynn. Be agreed? Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. Therefore, we move to a vote. There will be a short suspension to allow members digital voting system. We'll now restart proceedings. The question is that Amendment 290.3 in the name of Daniel Johnson, which seeks to amend Motion 290 in the name of Stephen Flynn, be agreed. Members should cast their votes now. Voting is closed. Point of order, Claire Hockey.
I was unable to access the voting app and I would have voted no.
Your vote has been recorded. Thank you. Kate Nevins.
Register and my vote was a no.
Your vote has been recorded.
Thank you.
Yai Chow Turvey.
Yes, I will have voted yes, and I didn't manage to get the pin in properly.
Your vote has been recorded. And
thank you.
Tim Eagle.
in Connect, I would have voted yes.
Thank you. Your vote has been recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 290.3 in the name of Daniel Johnson is yes 35, no 87. The amendment is not agreed to. The next question is at amendment 290.2 in the name of Duncan Massey, who seeks to amend motion 290 in the name of Stephen Flynn, be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed, therefore we move to a vote. Please cast your votes now. Voting is closed. Point of order, John Swinney.
President, sir, I couldn't connect to the digital platform and I would have voted no.
Your vote has been recorded. Claire Hockey.
I was unable to access the voting app and I would have voted no.
Has been recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 290.2 in the name of Duncan Massey is yes 28, no 78. There were 16 abstentions. The amendment is not agreed to. The next question is at amendment 290.4 in the name of Patrick Harvie, which seeks to amend motion 290 in the name of Stephen Flynn, be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed, therefore we move to a vote. Members should cast their votes now. Voting is closed. Point of order, Jenny Gilruth.
I couldn't connect on the app, presiding officer. I would have voted no.
Your vote has been recorded. Point of order, Claire Hockey.
I too was unable to connect to the voting app and I would have voted no.
Your vote has been recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 290.4 in the name of Patrick Harvie is yes 15, no 91. There were 16 abstentions. The amendment is not agreed to. The next question is amendment 290.5 in the name of Rachel Hamilton, which seeks to amend motion 290 in the name of Stephen Flynn, be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are not agreed, therefore we move to a vote. Members should cast their votes now. Voting is closed. Point of order, Claire Hockey.
I was unable to connect to the voting app and I would have voted no.
Your vote has been recorded. The result of the vote on amendment to number 290.5 in the name of Rachel Hamilton is yes 27, no 79, 16 abstained. The amendment is not agreed to. The next question is amendment 290.1 in the name of Liam MacArthur, which seeks to amend motion 290 in the name of Stephen Flynn be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. Please vote now. Voting is closed. Point of order, Claire Hockey.
I was unable to vote. I would have voted yes.
Your vote has been recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 290.1 in the name of Liam MacArthur is yes 78, no 28. There were 16 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. The final question is that motion 290 in the name of Stephen Flynn, as amended on growing Scotland's economy, be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not agreed, therefore we move to the vote. Voting is closed. Claire Hockey, point of order.
Thank you. I was unable to access the voting app. I would have voted yes.
Your vote has been recorded. Max Bannerman.
I wasn't able to access the voting app. I would have voted no.
Your vote has been recorded. The result of the vote on motion 290 in the name of Stephen Flynn, as amended, is yes 79, no 43. The motion is therefore agreed. And just before we conclude decision time, I would like to remind members who have not yet done so to please vote in the convener's election. Around 100 members have voted already, so there's still a number of you yet to cast your ballot. It's in room 5 and remains open until 7 o'clock. Voting remains open until 7 o'clock tonight. Thank you. That concludes decision time. We'll now move on to members' business. I ask members who are leaving the chamber to do so quietly. So let me just stay.